Before Robert Baratheon could even sit on the Iron Throne, before the realm could breathe after the fall of the Targaryens, one impossible thing happened. Jon Snow reached King's Landing first, not as a bastard, not as a forgotten child hidden in the north, but as the blood of ice and fire, stepping into the broken capital while the ashes of war still covered the streets. The Mad King was dead. The Lannisters had entered the city. Robert was still marching toward his victory. And in that small gap between chaos and crown, Jon took the throne before anyone could stop him. Now the Seven Kingdoms must face a question no one was ready for. Would the Lords bow to the last hidden dragon? Would Ned Stark protect him? Would Robert Baratheon become his enemy before he ever became king? Welcome back to Game of Theories. Subscribe if you love powerful Game of Thrones what-if stories. Because in this timeline, Robert never gets the Iron Throne first, and Jon Snow may become the king Westeros never saw coming.
The rubies were everywhere. They were in the silt, and the trampled reeds and the soft churn where 100 hooves had passed and 10,000 boots had followed. A bowman from White Harbor crouched at the river's edge, working a stone free from the mud the way a different man might gather chestnuts in autumn. 3 already lay in a fold of his cloak. He had not noticed Ned standing on the slope above him. "You'll want to pay tax on those when you reach home," Ned said. The bowman dropped his cloth and stood. He did not bow. He had been at the Trident with all the rest, which was its own kind of standing. Lord Stark. He looked at the stone in his hand. "It is only a stone, my lord." "It is a Targaryen ruby," Ned said. "There is a difference if anyone asks." He did not wait for the bowman to answer. He turned his horse along the ridge and rode down toward the tents. The river had not yet finished giving up the dead. Men from a dozen houses moved along the bank with poles, lifting bodies one at a time and laying them on the grass in rows. Some they knew, some they did not. A bald-headed septon from one of the smaller orders went down the line with his oils, doing what he could. The wind was from the south, and it carried the smell of horses that had not made it across and of armor that had been opened by axes. There was a steadiness to the work that Ned recognized. Men did not weep on a field the morning after. Weeping came later in halls. He found Robert in the 3rd tent down the row, the one with a banner over it that someone had washed and someone else had hung crooked. "Out," Robert said to the Maester at his cot before Ned had said a word. "Out, all of you, leave us. Ned, by the gods, sit, sit. I can hardly look up at a man without my head splitting." Ned sat on the stool by the cot. Robert was very nearly the color of his banner. The cot was stained black around his right hip and down his thigh where they had laid the wound open and packed it. He was grinning, a grin like a torn sail. There was a clay cup of dream wine on the table beside him and another already empty. "I killed him," Robert said. "I heard," smashed his chest in like a melon. His armor caved with the first stroke. The rubies flew everywhere, they're still flying everywhere by the smell of it. "I keep finding them in my bedding. The river will be full of them for 100 years. He laughed, and the laugh tugged at something inside him. He winced, and the grin came back smaller. "Damn it, Ned, you should have been there to see it, the look on his face." "I have seen the look on Rhaegar Targaryen's face for a year and more," Ned said. "I do not need to see another." Robert was silent for the space of 3 breaths. Then he turned his head on the pillow. "Lyanna," he said. "Yes, find her, Ned. I do not care what they have done to her. I do not care what he has done to her. Find her and bring her home. I will, swear it. Say it like a man swears a thing. I swear it." Robert closed his eyes. His face was wet and Ned did not know which of them it was for. "Tywin came down on King's Landing last night," Robert said after a while. He had taken hold of Ned's wrist without looking. His grip was not strong. The bird came at dawn. Ares is dead. They opened the gates to the old lion. Imagine that. 40 years of loyal service, and his last gift to his king is a knife to the back. You wished a knife to Ares's back. I would have liked to deliver it myself. He is no less dead for Tywin's hand than for yours. Robert opened his eyes. He looked at the canvas above him. Jon Arryn will ride south within the week, he said. He'll take the city in hand until I can sit a horse. Tywin will swear what he swears. The rest can wait until I have a crown on my head and a wife back in my bed. The Maester, Ned said. What does the Maester say? That I will live, and that I will limp, and that the wine of the gods is wasted on a man who pours it on a wound. Robert grinned again. The grin held longer this time. 11 days, he says, 2 weeks. Then I ride to King's Landing and sit a chair my fathers never dreamed of. 11 days. 11 days, Ned. After 15 years of pretending I cared whether some Targaryen mad king lived or died, 11 days, and then the chair. Ned looked at the packing on Robert's hip. He did not know enough of wounds to know better than the Maester, but he had seen men packed like that before. He had seen what came out of them when the cloth was changed. I'll ride south at dawn, he said. Take Howland with you, take Mark Ryswell, take whoever you need, take the lot of them. By the gods, take an army if you must. Only find her. 6 riders will do better than an army where I am going. 6 riders, then. I'll see your 6 counted before the rest of mine are washed. Robert's hand tightened on his wrist. Ned, if she is hurt, if he hurt her, he is dead. It is not enough for him to be dead. Do you understand me? I understand you. He stayed by the cot until Robert slept. Outside, the wind off the river had shifted, and a thin rain had begun, and the bald Septon was still working his way down the row. They were 7 that rode south. Howland Reed, Sir Mark Ryswell, Ethan Glover, who had been Brandon's squire and was now nobody's, Theo Wull, called Buckets, Martin Castle, and Willem Dustin on a red stallion he had taken at the Trident off a Targaryen knight who had no further use for it. Ned rode at the head. He took no banner. He took no horn. They rode south along the Kingsroad as far as the crossroads, and at the crossroads they turned west, and at a holdfast in the foothills they crossed the trade track toward the Prince's Pass. The country was riverlands, and then reach, and then the dry red stone of the marches, where every village had a watchtower, and every watchtower had a man on it counting riders. The first raven found them at the inn at the crossroads, before the turn. The innkeep brought it out to Ned in the yard, where Howland was tightening a girth. He read it standing. When he had read it through twice, he gave it to Howland without a word. Howland read it. Howland's small dark eyes did not change. Pycelle opened the gates from the inside, Howland said. It was always going to be Pycelle. It is not Pycelle in the letter. It will have been Pycelle in the doing. Old Lannister friends, old Lannister coins. Ares was dead. That was the meat of the bird. Ares was dead, and the Kingsguard with him at the foot of the Iron Throne, save Hightower and Went and Dayne, who were not in the Red Keep. Jaime Lannister had cut the king's throat where he sat. Tywin's men had ridden through the streets in the king's livery, and then their own. Pycelle had opened the gates. The mountain had gone up into the royal apartments. Elia of Dorne, Princess of Dragonstone, had been found broken at the foot of a bed, and the children of Rhaegar Targaryen had been found beside her, wrapped, the smaller in a red cloak that had once been white. Howland gave the bird back. He waited, Ned said. He always waited. He waited for Robert to win the war for him, and he came down at the end with 7,000 swords and the gates already broken in the city's spirit, and he laid 2 dead children at the feet of the new king. So that we would owe him. So that no one could refuse him. Ned folded the parchment and put it inside his cloak. I cannot stop here for this, he said. No, Robert will hate it. Robert will hate it for a day, then he will smile. Then he will smile. They mounted and they rode. The second raven caught them at a holdfast called White Wall, 2 days into the Red Mountains, where the air thinned and the road was a cut of switchbacks. The Maester there was a small bald man with hands that shook. He brought the bird to Ned in a stone-floored kitchen that smelled of mutton. The wound, the bird said, had blackened. Robert had not stood from the cot in 5 days. The Maester would not say more than that in a bird. The Maester wanted Lord Stark to know that the Maester had done what could be done. Jon Arryn had ridden ahead of his own household and was in the Red Keep, and had taken Tywin's oath on bent knee, though Tywin had stood again very quickly. Stannis was at Storm's End and would not leave it. There was no news of the Princess Daenerys, who had been born to Queen Rhaella on Dragonstone the night before the storm broke the fleet. There was news of Viserys, who was a prince of 9 years and had been carried across the narrow sea by Sir Willem Darry with the infant princess in his arms. Ned read the bird twice and gave it to Howland. Howland did not read it. Howland watched Ned's face. "How long until the tower?" Ned said. 4 days hard. We will ride 4 days hard." He did not sleep that night. He sat in the kitchen with a cup of mulled wine that he did not drink, and he turned the bird in his hands, and he thought about the way Robert had held his wrist that morning at the Trident, and the way Robert had said 11 days. He thought about Tywin Lannister bending a knee to Jon Arryn and then standing again very quickly. He thought about the children. He thought about Lyanna. He thought also about a thing he had never said aloud and had hardly said inside his own head, that there was a country whose lords had risen because his sister had been taken, and whose lords would rise again, just as readily, on a different morning for a different reason, if the lords decided the reason was good. The bones of the country were the bones of the men in it, and the men in it could be moved like any other thing. He did not like the thought. He thought it anyway. In the morning he rode. The third raven came on the 3rd day. It was a black bird, and it came to a roadside Maester at a brothel and stables called the Pricked Heart, where they had stopped to water the horses. The Maester there was drunk and the Maester there was honest, and he handed the parchment up to Ned without speaking because he had read it. Robert Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, the Stag of the Stormlands, the Demon of the Trident, was dead. He had died on the 11th day after the battle, exactly as his own Maester had named. The realm was in mourning. The realm was in disarray. Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, would ride from Storm's End within the moon's turn to take in hand a throne he had not asked for. Jon Arryn would stand for him in the Red Keep. The two of them, between them, would manage Tywin Lannister and the houses of the rebellion and the Targaryen loyalists, yet at large, and the small folk, and the autumn harvest, and the price of grain in 3 cities. They would manage everything. Tywin Lannister, the bird did not need to say, would help manage them. Ned stood with the parchment in his hand, and rain came in soft and gray over the Red Mountains and ran off the brim of his helm. The men did not speak. Howland did not move from the saddle. Robert is dead. Ned said because they would not say it for him. Willem Dustin made the sign of the 7. He had cause to make it. Stannis, Mark Riswell said. Stannis will ride to King's Landing. The hand will hold the chair until Stannis sits it. And Tywin. Tywin will stand by the chair and be very useful, Ned said, and Robert never sat it. Ethan Glover spoke for the first time in 3 days. He had been Brandon's squire. He had not been many things since. No, Ned said. Robert never sat it. He folded the parchment as he had folded the first, and put it inside his cloak with that one and with the second. And he did not know yet what the 3 of them would mean, lying together against his ribs in the days to come. He did not know that they would mean anything at all. There was, ahead of him on the road, a tower in red stone with 3 white cloaks at the foot of it, and a sister somewhere inside it, and the world he had been riding back toward. The world with Robert in it, and a throne in it. And a war neatly ended in it. That world had gone soft beneath him while he had been looking elsewhere, and the riders to either side of him did not know it yet. He gave back the parchment for the Maester to keep. He mounted up. "Ride," he said. They rode. They saw the Tower of Joy on the afternoon of the fourth day, set in a small clean valley with one stream running through it, and a stand of olives on a slope behind it, and 3 white cloaks standing on the steps before it. Very straight, exactly as if they had been waiting. Ned drew rein at the foot of the slope. The 7 of them dismounted. They did not draw. Sir Gerald Hightower, called the White Bull, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, stood in the middle. To his right stood Sir Oswell Went. To his left stood Sir Arthur Dayne, who had no helm yet, only the helm set on the step beside him. The white sword Dawn was naked across his arm. There were no horses. There were no other men. There was a quiet over the valley that the wind did not touch. "I looked for you on the Trident," Ned said. "We were not there," said Gerald Hightower. "Woe to the usurper if we had been. When King's Landing fell, Sir James slew your king with a golden sword, and I wondered where you were." "Far away," Hightower said. "Or Ares would yet sit the Iron Throne, and our false brother would burn in 7 hells." "I came down on Storm's End to lift the siege," Ned said. "The Lords Tyrell and Redwine dipped their banners, and all their knights bent the knee to pledge us fealty. I was certain you would be among them." "Our knees do not bend easily," said Arthur Dayne. "Sir Willem Darry has fled to Dragonstone with your queen and Prince Viserys. I thought you might have sailed with him." "Sir Willem is a good man and true," said Oswell Went, "but not of the Kingsguard," Hightower said. "The Kingsguard does not flee." "Then or now," said Arthur Dayne, and reached down for his helm. "We swore a vow," said Gerald Hightower. Ned looked at the tower behind them. There was a single window high on the 2nd story, and the shutter on that window was half open, and there was a faint reddish light inside the room behind it, which was the light of an oil lamp burning at midday because someone in that room could not sleep without one. "Robert is dead," Ned said. For a moment no white cloak moved. Then Oswell Went looked at Hightower, and Hightower's eyes did not move from Ned. "You lie." "I have a bird from his Maester. He died 11 days after the Trident, of the wound your prince gave him. He never sat the throne. He never crossed the city gates. Tywin Lannister sacked King's Landing while he lay dying, and Stannis rides south now to take a chair he does not want. He let it sit between them. I have not come for any throne. I have come for my sister." Arthur Dayne lifted his head, and Ned watched the line of his mouth. "Lord Stark," said Dayne, "what is in the tower is no concern of yours. What is in the tower is the only thing of mine left in the world." A sound came from the high window then. A small sound. It was not a cry or a voice. It was a sound from far away that was trying to be a voice and could not yet. It carried down across the olives and across the stream and over the heads of the 7 men below, and it stopped almost as soon as it had begun. Arthur Dayne closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, he set his helm down on the step beside him and did not pick it back up. "Sir Gerald," he said, "be silent. Sir Gerald, he says Robert is dead. He says many things. He has a bird in his cloak from a Maester who knew the king's wound. The wound was mortal. We have all of us seen wounds. Rhaegar struck through the gorget. Be silent, Arthur. And the queen is across the sea, and the throne is empty, and Tywin Lannister is at the foot of it." Hightower did not answer him. The wind moved through the olives. The sound did not come again from the window. "Lord Stark," Arthur Dayne said, without taking his eyes off Gerald Hightower. "What is your purpose if it is not the throne, my sister? And what comes after your sister, what she asks of me? And what if she asks much?" "Then much will be asked," Ned said. Hightower drew then. He drew without warning. the way an old man draws who has decided he does not have time to argue further. His sword was a long one and old and clean. Oswell went drew with him. Arthur Dayne did not. Howland Reed took a single step backward. Ethan Glover laid his hand on his sword and did not yet pull. Martin Castle said a word under his breath that might have been a prayer or might have been a name. Theo Wall was already turning to put the sun behind him. "Arthur," said Hightower. "Sir Gerald," said Arthur Dayne. "I have served 3 kings. I would prefer to die for the one who is in that tower than for the one who is in the ground. There is no king in that tower." "You do not know what is in that tower," said Arthur Dayne, "and neither does he, and only one of us is going to find out today." He stepped down off the step. He stepped between Hightower and Ned. He laid Dawn across his arm again, point down, the way a man holds a sword when he is not yet certain whether he will use it. "Lord Stark," he said, "go up the stairs." Ned did not move. "Sir Arthur, go up the stairs, Lord Stark." And then, because Hightower had taken half a step forward and his sword had come up. Now. The sun on the white cloaks was very bright. Ned drew ice behind him. 6 men drew with him. The valley went very still, in the way a valley goes still before a long thing begins. Chapter 2. The Tower and the Promise. It was Oswell went who moved first. He came down the steps in a long lazy stride, and his sword came across in a level cut that took Willem Dustin in the throat above his gorget. Dustin's red stallion went sideways into the stream, and Dustin went with it, and the stream ran red and then ran clear, and then ran red again. Went did not stop. He pivoted on the same step. Ethan Glover put up his sword and put it up wrong. Went killed him with a thrust through the icelet. Glover did not make a sound, which was the only kind thing the morning gave him. Hightower took the 7 of them in a single look and chose Mark Riswell. He killed Riswell with 2 strokes, the first to put aside Riswell's guard and the second through the gap in the harness where the shoulder met the breast. Riswell was the best of them with a sword, and it was over very quickly, the way these things were over. That left 4 against 3, and 3 were Kingsguard, and Arthur Dayne was not yet fighting. "Arthur," Hightower said again, and Arthur Dayne did not answer. Theo Wall came. It went from the side. Theo Wall was a clansman from Skagos who had once killed a snow bear with a spike on a pole. He went the way he had gone for the bear, low, fast, looking to put the spike in under the shield arm. He did not have a spike. He had a sword. Went slid his sword down Wall's and into the meat of Wall's thigh and stepped to one side and let Wall keep moving past him and then opened the back of Wall's neck as he went. Wall pitched forward and did not get up. It is bad to count men in a fight. Ned counted them anyway. 4. Then 3. Martin Castle went for Hightower. Martin Castle had been Ned's father's master-at-arms before he had been Ned's, and he had taught Ned how to put his hip into a stroke, and the hip went into this stroke very well, and it would have gone into Hightower if Hightower had been standing where Martin thought he was. Hightower had not been standing there for an instant. Hightower's sword came down and took Castle below the helm, and Castle was dead before his knees touched the ground. 2. Ned met Hightower's first cut on the flat of ice, and let the weight carry the stroke past him into the earth. Hightower brought it back. Ned did not chase. He gave a foot of ground and got the foot back and gave it again and got it back. Hightower was older than him by 20 years, and he fought like a man who knew it. Hightower fought to make a thing end. He did not waste a stroke. He did not waste a breath. Howland Reed was not the second man. Howland Reed had gone wide, into the stand of olives behind the steps, and now he came back the other way along the side of the tower, in the way Howland Reed always came back from places, which was that nobody had noticed him going and nobody noticed him returning until he wanted them to. Arthur Dayne saw him at the very last. Dayne turned, half turned, and Howland Reed had already gone past him. low, under dawn, and Howland's small, thin knife had already gone into the back of Dayne's right knee and twisted. Dayne went down on the knee. Not all the way. He had been Kingsguard for too long to go all the way. But the leg was wrong under him now, and a man who has fought all his life knows when a leg is wrong. He did not shout. He set the point of dawn into the ground and held himself up on the pommel, and he turned his head, and Howland Reed was already past him, walking up the stone steps of the tower, knife in his hand. "Stop!" The shout came from the high window. It was a woman's voice, and the shape of it was raw and wet and very tired, but it carried. "Stop, by the old gods and the new, stop! Sir Arthur, stop! Ned, stop!" Hightower did not stop. Hightower brought his sword back and across to take Ned in the side, and Ned took the stroke on ice and let it carry his arm out wide, and he stepped in and brought the pommel up under Hightower's chin, and put the old man on his back with the hilt and his shoulder together. Hightower hit the steps. He hit them hard. He did not get up at once. Went had been turning. He had heard the shout. He had not yet decided what to do about the shout. Howland Reed went up the steps past him without looking at him. Went turned to follow Howland Reed, and Ned took the back of Went's neck off with ice as he turned. He took no joy in it. He took no joy in any of it. It was a stroke. The strokes added up to something at the end. Too, he did not strike Hightower. He stood with the point of ice down by his boot, the way a man stands with a tool he has not yet decided to set down, and he looked at the old man on the steps. Hightower's helm had come off. His hair was the color of cold ash. His eyes were the color of nothing. "Sir Gerald, you will not take him out of that tower." "There is no one in that tower I came to take. There is only my sister. There are two of them, Stark." Ned did not answer. He watched the door. He watched the steps where Howland Reed had gone. He watched the high window from which the shout had come, and which was now silent again. "Two," Hightower said, "and the wrong one is dying." Arthur Dayne, on one knee at the side of the steps, did not move. He had drawn upright in front of him with both hands wrapped around the cross. His leg was bent under him at an angle that would not have been a leg by morning. His eyes were closed. "Arthur," Hightower said again. "Sir Gerald," said Arthur Dayne without opening his eyes, "there is no king left to die for." He said it on the field, and the voice in the tower has just said it again, and I have heard them both, and so have you. There is a king in that tower. There is a child in that tower. It is the same thing. It is not. Ned looked between them. The wind moved in the olives and did not know what it carried. "Sir Gerald," he said, "I will swear on ice. I will swear on whatever gods you choose. I will not lay a hand on what is in that tower." Hightower did not look at him. Hightower looked at the high window. He tried to stand. He got up to one elbow. He did not get further. The pommel had broken something inside him under the helm. Ned saw it now in the cant of his head and the way the eyes did not stay where they were put. "Sir Gerald," Arthur Dayne said again. "Go up the stairs, Arthur," Hightower said. His voice had gone soft. "Go and see her. Go and tell her I came. Tell her Gerald Hightower came up the long road in his white cloak and was not afraid. Tell her that." Arthur Dayne opened his eyes. "I will," he said. Hightower lay back on the step. He did not speak again. Arthur Dayne pulled Dawn out of the dirt with both hands and used it as a staff to come to his feet on one good leg. He turned his head and looked at Ned. The look went on for a long time, and Ned did not flinch from it. "Lord Stark," said Arthur Dayne, "if I lift this sword to you in this place, I will lose. I do not say it to flatter you. I say it because the leg is gone, and the prince is dead, and the king is dead, and the voice in the tower has called my name in the way a friend calls a friend. So I will not lift this sword to you. I will lift it for what is in that tower if it asks me to. You understand me? I understand you. Then come up the stairs." There was a smell on the second floor of the tower that Ned had smelled before, and would smell again, and would never get used to. The room had a bed in the middle of it, and a window in the wall and a chair by the bed, and an oil lamp on a low table that was burning at midday because someone had asked for it to be burning. There was a basin on the table beside the lamp, full of pink water. There were cloths folded on the chair. There was a small, bald septon kneeling by the bed with both hands cradling a small wrapped bundle. The bundle was making a faint, quick sound that was not yet a voice. On the bed lay Lyanna Stark. Her hair was wet and dark and pushed up off her brow. Her face was very white. There were red petals on the bed, not real ones, the kind that someone leaves who has no flowers and is sorry. Her eyes found Ned at once. They had been waiting for the door. Ned, Lya, he did not remember crossing the room. He was kneeling at her side. He had her hand. The hand was cold. "Promise me," she said. "Anything." "Wait." He waited. Behind him, Arthur Dayne came in slowly on his good leg, with Howland Reed under his other arm taking some of the weight, because somewhere on the stairs Howland Reed had decided to take some of the weight. The septon did not look up. The septon was rocking the small bundle in the soft, slow rhythm of a man who had been rocking it for a long time and would not be permitted to rock it for much longer. "Ned, listen," Lyanna said. "Listen well. Septon Maynard, show him the book." The septon looked up. He had a face like a kind apple. He moved the bundle into the crook of one arm and reached down to a low shelf by the bed and brought out a thick volume bound in faded leather. He laid it on the bed between Ned's hand and Lyanna's hand and opened it to a marked page. The page was a marriage register. There were 2 names on it. The first name was Rhaegar of House Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone. The second name was Lyanna of House Stark. Below the names was the date. Below the date was the sigil of the High Septon of the day. And below that, a smaller seal. The seal of a sept that did not exist any longer because the sept had been burned, and the High Septon who had blessed it was dead, and the faith no longer wished to remember either. Beside the register, tucked into the same page, was a second document. It was a writ of annulment in the same hand. It dissolved a marriage between Rhaegar of House Targaryen and Elia of House Martell upon the grounds set forth in the appended motion. The motion was attached. Ned did not read the motion. He read the writ once and then he closed the book. "Polygamy," said Septon Maynard, very softly, like a man not arguing, only naming a thing he had been part of. "By the precedent of Aegon the Conqueror." Then later, the annulment which the High Septon also signed. So that no one might argue either way. "Both, my lord, both." He could not decide, Lyanna said. Her voice had laughter in it, faint and old. Until the last he could not decide whether to keep her or set her aside. He kept both papers because he kept everything. He kept songs. He kept harp strings. He kept me. Her hand moved in his and she found the strength to press it once. "He kept me. Lya, his name is Aegon." "What?" "His name is Aegon Targaryen, the second of that name in his father's line. The first one, her boy, he is dead, Ned, Tywin's man. They told me at dawn. They sent a bird up the tower last night and the septon read it to me, and the septon would not let me hear the word out loud, but I heard it anyway. They killed the children, didn't they? They killed her and they killed both children. They killed them. Then the second one is mine, and his name is Aegon." Ned looked at the bundle in the septon's arm. The bundle had stopped making the sound. It had a tuft of dark hair and a small fist closed around the edge of its blanket. The fist worked, opened, closed. The eyes were not yet eyes. "Lya. Lya, listen to me. Robert is dead." She did not move. "Robert took the wound at the Trident. He died 11 days after. He never sat the throne. Stannis Baratheon will sit it now. Tywin Lannister has King's Landing. Jon Arryn stands behind Stannis. Tywin will stand behind Jon Arryn. Do you understand me? They will still kill him. Stannis is not Robert." Stannis will still kill him. Stannis or the man who stands behind Stannis. They will not have a Targaryen alive in the realm while the dust is still settling. Ned, Ned, promise me. Promise you what? Take him north. Take him home. Take him to Winterfell. Call him a bastard. Call him whatever you must call him. Tell no one whose son he is. Tell no one whose son I bore. Tell no one but men whose names I will say to you now, who can be trusted to make use of it later. Promise me. I promise you. Say it. Say the words. I will take him north. I will call him my own. I will tell no one but those you name. And keep him alive. Keep him alive. Keep him alive, Ned. Keep him alive. I will keep him alive. She closed her eyes. He thought for a moment that she was gone. She was not. Her hand moved again in his. She opened her eyes again. She turned her head toward the septon and the bundle. Give him here. The septon brought the bundle around to her side of the bed. He laid the bundle in her arm against her shoulder. The bundle made the small sound again, weaker this time. She bent her face to the bundle, slowly, as if her neck were old, and she put her cheek against the bundle's cheek, and she said something that no one else in the room heard, that was for the bundle and not for any other ear in the world. The bundle blinked. When she lifted her face again, her eyes were on Arthur Dayne. Sir Arthur, my lady. You will go to Dorne. You will take the book. You will go to Doran Martell, not Oberyn, not the spear Doran, the thinking one. You will lay the book on his table, and you will tell him that the second child of Rhaegar lives, and you will tell him whose belly bore him, and you will tell him that the boy is at Winterfell under the name and protection of a Stark, and is not to be touched. You will tell him to watch and not to move. You will tell him that years are nothing to house Targaryen, and to house Martell, and to house Stark, and that we have years. You will tell him to take his time. And you will tell him from me, Lyanna of Winterfell, who lay with his Goodson and bore the only living Targaryen on this side of the narrow sea. You will tell him that when the time is right, the spear and the wolf will go together up that road, and not before. Will you do this for me, Sir Arthur? Arthur Dayne knelt on his good leg. He held Dawn flat across both his palms, and he set the sword down on the bed at her feet. I will do this for you. She looked at Howland Reed. Howland, my lady. Witness. I am a witness, my lady, to all of it, my lady. And you will keep the book hidden. You will keep the names hidden. You will speak to no one, not your wife, not your bannermen, not your gods, not until my brother says. Not until your brother says. She looked at the septon. Maynard, my lady. You will go to Old Town. You will not stop along the road. You will put yourself among the most devout, and you will live a quiet life, and you will say nothing of what you witnessed, except that what you witnessed is written here in this hand, and that this hand is your hand, and that you will swear it on the 7 at the hour of your death, and not before. My lady. Now, she let her head fall back into the pillow. She closed her eyes again. The bundle made the small sound a third time, very weak. Ned, I am here. Roses, I know. Promise me, Ned. I promise you, Lia, I promise you. She did not say anything else. The bundle made one more sound that was not quite a sound, and then it did not, and then it did again. Very small. The room was very quiet. The septon stood and crossed himself in the way of the 7 and stepped backward from the bed. Ned took the bundle from his sister's arm. The bundle weighed almost nothing. They buried Mark Riswell, Ethan Glover, Theo Wull, Martin Castle, and Willem Dustin in the small stone field by the foot of the tower, where the olives reached. Gerald Hightower they buried apart, in white as he had wished, with Oswell when at his right and the helm placed on the chest of each. Arthur Dayne, on his bound and useless leg, said the words. Howland Reed stood beside Ned and did not weep, because Howland Reed did not weep where others could see. They burned the tower at the end. It was not Ned's wish, but it was Arthur Dayne's, and Ned would not argue with him. The oil lamp went over on its own as the timbers caught. The smoke rose against the red mountains. It went up a long way before the wind took it. Starfall, said Arthur Dayne. Take dawn to Starfall before you ride north. You will not bring it. I will not bring it. I cannot bring it. The sword of the morning died here on these steps with Sir Gerald and Sir Oswell, my lord. I am someone else now, and what is someone else with a leg like this is a stranger on the road to Dorne. Lay Dawn at the foot of my sister's chair and tell her that a man who is not me put it there and rode south. She will understand. She will not weep where you can see her, but she will understand. It will be done. And the babe, to Winterfell, to Winterfell. Arthur Dayne looked at the bundle inside Ned's cloak. He will be raised in cold. He will be raised in cold. That is well for what he is. The dragons have had too much sun. He took Ned's free hand. He shook it once. I will see you again, Lord Stark, he said, in 15 years or so. Or 20. We have time. We have time. Until then, you will not know my face if you see it on the road. I will be a hedge knight from the stony sept, and my name will be something foolish. You will be unkind to me and tell me to keep my distance from your son. My nephew. Your son. Said Arthur Dayne. For 15 years. Howland Reed brought up the horses. Ned mounted with the babe inside his cloak. The babe did not cry. It had cried twice in the tower at the very end, when its mother had stopped breathing, in the small, short sounds of a creature that did not yet know what crying was for. It did not cry now. It pressed itself against the wool of Ned's cloak like a thing finding heat in a cold room. What will you call him? Howland Reed said as they came up out of the valley. Ned did not answer for a long time. I will call him John, he said at last, after the hand. After the hand. They rode east through the marches, toward Starfall, with a white sword wrapped in oilcloth across Howland Reed's saddle and a child wrapped in wool against Ned's chest. And behind them, the column of smoke from the burned tower stood up like a finger and then bent in the high wind and then thinned and was gone. Chapter 3. Years like iron Catelyn met him in the yard of Winterfell. She had come down the steps from the keep, with the late summer wind pulling at her shawl, and she had her newborn at her breast, wrapped in the gray-on-white of House Stark, and she had walked the long path to the gate to meet her husband home from a war he had not lost. There were 2,500 men behind him on the Kingsroad and only 12 in the yard with him now. Howland Reed, 6 guards, 3 outriders, and 2 grooms holding horses. The rest were a day behind him. He had ridden ahead. He had ridden ahead because he was carrying a thing he could not carry for another day in the column without explaining it. She saw the second bundle inside his cloak before she had finished crossing the yard. She stopped 4 paces from his horse. Ned. Cat. What is that? My son. She did not say anything for a long count of breaths. Her hand on Rob's small back did not move. Her eyes were not on the bundle. Her eyes were on his face, and she was looking for the lie, and she did not find one, because there was none of the kind she was looking for. His mother, she said. Dead. Whose? Mine to know. Ned. Mine to know, Cat. He had thought on the road of how he would put it. He had not thought of putting it under her eyes in the yard the morning he came home. He had thought of an in somewhere, of firelight, of a long telling that began with a tower in red stone and a sister with roses on the bed. He had not foreseen the yard. He had not foreseen the smell of horses, and the cold steam off the godswood, and the absurd everyday fact of his own household servant taking his bridle while his wife stood in the wind with her firstborn, and looked at the second bundle. She did not speak again. She turned and walked back up the steps to the keep with Rob against her shoulder. The shawl moved sideways in the wind, and she did not put it back. That was the beginning of 15 years. In the first year, Howland Reed went home to Greywater Watch and did not write. Maester Luwin came to Winterfell from Oldtown and was given the boys to record. He recorded one as Robb Stark, of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully. He recorded the second as Jon Snow, of Eddard Stark, and a woman the Maester was not told the name of. The Maester did not ask twice. Luwin had been to Old Town. He knew how to write down what he was given to write down. In the second year, a sword wrapped in oilcloth crossed the marches and came up through Dorne by a road that no one watched. Arthur Dayne, walking on a stick, brought the sword Dawn to Starfall and laid it at the foot of the seat of his sister Ashara, who took the sword in both hands and laid her forehead against the pommel and did not weep where the servants could see. Ashara Dayne kept the sword in the high tower of Starfall where it had been kept for centuries before her, and she gave out the word that the Sword of the Morning had died on the steps of a tower in the Red Mountains, and the word was believed because she was the one giving it. Arthur Dayne went on by sea in a worn brown cloak with a wooden walking stick and a name he had taken from a small folk grave. Sir Ulrich Wells of Stony Sept, a hedge knight who could no longer fight on horse for the leg that did not bend. He went first to Sunspear. Doran Martell was 33 years old that year, and his joints had not yet begun to swell, and his eyes had not yet learned to look only at the middle distance. He met Sir Ulrich Wells of Stony Sept in a tower room of the old palace where the curtains were drawn against the noon. He met him alone. "You walked a long way for a man with a bad leg," he said. "I walked a long way," said Arthur Dayne, in a voice that no one at the doorway would have recognized as his old voice, "because the journey is the apology, my prince. There is no other apology I have to give." He did not unwrap the bundle in his hands. He set the bundle on the table between them and stepped back. Doran Martell looked at the bundle for a long time before he opened it. It was the marriage register of Septon Maynard, and the writ of annulment in the same hand, and a sheet of vellum in Lyanna Stark's hand on which were written 6 sentences. Doran read. When he had read 3 times, he closed the book and laid his palms flat on top of it. "His name," he said. "Egon by the lady's choice. And the Stark calls him John, after John Arryn. After John Arryn." Doran Martell looked across the table at the man whom no one in the room was permitted to call Arthur Dayne. "How long do you ask of me?" he said. "As long as the boy is small. As long as the realm is settled. As long as the Lannister stands behind the Baratheon and the wind has not changed." The lady said years. "I will say 15 if my prince permits. 15 years is a long time to keep a quiet table." "It is a long time," said Arthur Dayne. "But Dorne keeps long tables, my prince. Longer than 15 when it must. It must." Doran Martell laid his hand flat on the register, and then he lifted his hand and called to his chamberlain, and he had the book taken down into the underrooms of the palace where the records of his great-grandmother were kept, and he did not say what was in it, and the chamberlain did not ask. When the chamberlain had gone, Doran turned back to Arthur Dayne. "Oberyn will not be told," he said, "not until the day, and the day will come." "At a word from Winterfell," said Arthur Dayne. "Not before." "At a word from Winterfell," said Doran Martell. "Not before." In the 3rd year, Aerys Targaryen's last small council met one last time in the Red Keep, by order of King Stannis I of his name, to formally dissolve itself. Pycelle, who had stayed, was kept. The rest were sent home. Tywin Lannister, who had stood at Stannis' right hand at the coronation in the Sept of Baelor, was named Hand of the King. The new hand wore the pin of his office on his cloak in the way a man wears a thing he has made for himself. Stannis Baratheon was 21. He had a long jaw and a short patience, and a habit of saying the law is the law that was, the first time, a thing the small folk at his coronation found admirable, and was, the second and third times, a thing the small folk found admirable in a way they had begun to grow tired of. He did not want the throne. He did not say he did not want it. He did not say much. The Maester of his household read for him each morning from a slim book of statutes that had belonged to King Daeron, the first, and that Stannis had asked for. And Stannis listened to the law of King Daeron, the first, with the same dutiful flat patience with which he did everything. And Tywin Lannister, at the small council in the afternoon, did not bring up Daeron the first. Tywin Lannister had different work. He had made a marriage offer for his daughter Cersei to the new king, and had been very politely declined, on the grounds that the new king had a wife already at Storm's End, and that the law was the law. Tywin had taken the no without showing he had taken anything. He had quietly moved his offer one chair down. Renly Baratheon was 8 years old and would not be 8 years old forever. The contract was signed in the 3rd year. The wedding was deferred to the year Renly turned 14. Stannis had not been consulted. Stannis had been informed. Stannis had not refused. Stannis had said, "The law of betrothal between minor lords is the prerogative of guardians, and he is my brother, but he is also the ward of the realm, and the realm will be the better for the match." The realm was not the better for the match. The realm would not know that for some years. In the 5th year, Jon Arryn was poisoned at his desk in the Tower of the Hand at King's Landing. The Maester said it was a colic, and the rumor on the wharves said it was the tears of lies, and the second rumor proved more durable than the first. Lysa Arryn, his widow, fled north to the Eyrie with her son in the night, leaving the city without taking her leave of any man. Tywin Lannister became Hand of the King the same week. The pin of the office went onto his cloak and stayed there. The small council reshuffled. Renly Baratheon, then 9, was sent to Highgarden to be fostered with the Tyrells. Stannis did not protest. Stannis, who had loved his brother little and trusted him less, said only that the boy would learn court manners in the Reach, which was no insult, only an observation about the Reach. Jaime Lannister was Lord Commander of the Kingsguard at 24. Tywin Lannister did not approve of his son being a Kingsguard. Tywin Lannister had not approved of his son being a Kingsguard since the moment the white cloak had been laid on his shoulders by King Aerys, at the moment of the most cynical promotion in 3 centuries of Targaryen rule. Tywin Lannister had stopped speaking of it. Tyrion Lannister, then 9, was at Casterly Rock with his tutors. He read the histories. He read every history in the Rock Library twice. He read them in the order they were shelved, and then in the reverse order they were shelved. He drank what he could find that no one was looking at. At 12 he was caught in the wine cellar with a girl from the kitchens, and his father did not strike him. His father came down to the cellar and stood in the doorway with the torch behind him, and said nothing for a long count of breaths, and then said, "No man ever made a fool of me twice." And then he turned and went up the stairs. Tyrion remembered the doorway for the rest of his life. He did not remember the girl's name. In the 6th year, Maester Aemon came to Winterfell. He came down from the wall in the company of a single steward and a black-feathered raven and a single trunk of books. He was 94 years old. He could no longer see the page he wrote on, and he wrote on it anyway. He had asked, in a letter to his Lord Commander, for a quiet hearth at the end of his service. His Lord Commander had granted it, by way of an arrangement with Lord Ned Stark, who had written to the wall the year before with a request he had not put in plain words. Maester Aemon had read the unplain words on the second reading. He arrived in Winterfell in the long blue dusk of autumn. Ned met him at the gate. The old man had to be lifted off his horse. "You are kind to take an old man at the end of his work," Aemon said. "I am the kinder for it, Maester." "That is not the word for what you are." He took Aemon up to the small warm room that had been prepared for him, in the south wing where the stones held the afternoon heat the longest. He sat the Maester by the fire. He did not yet say a name. "My lord," said Maester Aemon after the long quiet, "I have a question if you will permit one. Ask. There is a child in this house. There are several." "There is a child in this house," said Maester Aemon, "whose name does not match his blood." Ned was silent. "I do not ask after his blood, my lord. I ask only after the child. I have had a long life, and I have been many things, and one of the things I have been is uncle to boys whose names did not match their blood. I am at the end of my service. If you will permit it, I will spend what is left of me teaching him what I can teach a boy who will need to know it." "What is it that you think he will need to know?" "Numbers," said Maester Aemon. "Histories. The Valyrian tongue, as I remember it, the names of his fathers, the names of his father's enemies, the shape of the realm as it is and as it was, the faith if it pleases him, the old gods if you prefer. I would teach him also that a crown is a heavier thing than the man under it usually wishes to admit. He is 5 years old. I will start with numbers." He started with numbers. The boy he started with was a small dark child with gray eyes who climbed onto the bench in the Maester's room and laid both hands flat on the table and looked at the Maester the way a wolf cub looks at a thing it has not yet decided to bite. He had been told to come. He had come. He was waiting to find out why. "What is your name?" said Maester Aemon. "Jon Snow." "Hello, Jon Snow. I am Maester Aemon. I am very old. I cannot see your face. I would be grateful if you would tell me in your own words what color my hair is." "White." "That is correct." "And the color of your hair?" "Black." "That is the color of your father's hair," said the Maester. "All 4 of them." Jon was quiet for a moment. "I have one father." "You have one father," said Maester Aemon. "Of course you do. I misspoke. I was thinking of the 4 kings I have served who all had black hair. I am old. I sometimes speak the past as if it were the present. Forgive me, Jon Snow. It's all right. Shall we begin with numbers?" "Yes," said Jon Snow after a moment. They began with numbers. In the 8th year, a hedge knight named Sir Ulrich Wells of Stony Sept arrived at the gate of Winterfell in a worn brown cloak with a wooden stick and a horse that had seen better roads. He had been sent, he said, by Lord Manderley of White Harbor on a letter of safe conduct, because there was no work for a one-legged knight on the south side of the neck, and Lord Manderley had heard that Lord Stark sometimes kept hedge knights for the masters-at-arms of his outlying holdfasts. Ned read the letter at the gate. He did not say anything. He did not need to. He sent Sir Ulrich to the armory and to the master-at-arms, who tried him at the post on a wooden sword in front of half the household, and was beaten 3 times in 3 passes, and said, very mildly, that they would find a place for Sir Ulrich somewhere if Sir Ulrich was willing to take the pay of a master-at-arms' second and not say much about it. Sir Ulrich took the pay. He did not say much about it. He came up to the Maester's room that night after dark on his stick. He sat in the chair by the fire. Maester Aemon felt out his hand and held the wrist for a long moment, the way an old man takes the wrist of an old friend whose face he can no longer see. "It is well to find you here, Sir Ulrich," said Maester Aemon. "It is well to be found, Maester." "What progress with the leg?" "None. It will not bend. It will hold a saddle if the saddle is built for it. I have built one." "And with the sword?" "With the sword, no progress and none expected. The sword of the morning died in Red Mountains a long time ago, Maester. I am Sir Ulrich of Stony Sept now. I cannot ride a charge, and I cannot make a stroke on the left side, and I cannot turn quickly to the right. I am, however, very patient. I can teach a boy patience." "What boy?" "The one with numbers." "Then teach him patience," said Maester Aemon. "Patience first, before the sword." "Patience first, before the sword." Jon Snow was 13 years old when his father took him into the Godswood and told him whose son he was. It was the day of his first long ride out to the Wolfswood and back. He had ridden out alone, by his father's leave, on a courser the master-at-arms had picked for him. He had ridden as far as the stones at Long Lake and had turned back, and he had come up to the gate of Winterfell at dusk, and he had brought his courser in himself, and he had come up to the keep, and his father had met him in the long upper hall with a hand on his shoulder and said, "The gods would." He had walked beside his father out through the great keep into the cold leaves under the heart tree. His father stood for a long time before he spoke. "There are men in this castle," Ned said at last, "who know what I am about to tell you. There are 6 of them. There are men south of the neck who also know, and there are no more than 3 of them. There are men across the narrow sea who suspect, and there is one of them who has been useful to me without my asking. Beyond these, there is no one. Your mother knew. Your mother is dead. You will hear what I am about to say to you, and you will say nothing of it to anyone, including your brother, including your sisters, including your aunt by marriage who is the woman in this castle you call my lady mother. You will say nothing of it to the Maester, although the Maester knows. You will say nothing of it to your master-at-arms, although your master-at-arms knows. I am listening. Your father was not me. Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen. Your mother was my sister Lyanna. They were wedded. You were their second born and their only living, and you were placed in my arms as my sister died, and I have raised you as my own son for 13 years, because the realm wanted your head and my sister did not. Your true name is Aegon. We will not use it. We will not use it until a day comes that I will know when I see it. Do you understand me?" Jon Snow stood with his hands at his sides. He looked at the face of the heart tree, because the face of his father was, for a moment, more than he could look at. The heart tree did not move. The heart tree was a face that did not move. It had been carved to not move by people who had known the use of a face that did not move. "Do you understand me?" Ned said again, quietly. "Yes." "What questions?" "My mother, she loved your father. Your father loved her, she loved you. She had less than a day with you, and she gave that day to you. She was my sister. She rode horses badly because she rode them too fast. She did not weep where men could see. She broke a boy's nose with a wooden sword when she was 10 because the boy said she could not. I will tell you these things over the rest of my life as they come to me. Tonight is for the bigger thing. My father. You will read of him in the Maester's books. He was a good man with a dark in him that you and I will both have to watch for in you. He had a love of songs that you do not have, and he had a love of armor that you do not yet have, and he had a love of the kind of woman who tells him no, and you will have to discover for yourself which of these you carry. He was killed at the Trident by a friend of mine. I will not lie to you about that part of it. I will not lie to you about any part of it. And the king now, said Ned, is a man named Stannis Baratheon. He is the brother of the friend of mine. He sits a chair he did not ask for and has not gotten up from. Behind him stands a lion with gray eyes, who will eat the kingdom from inside the chair, one bone at a time, and he is the one we will have to plan for. The king himself is the second problem. The lion is the first, and you have been planning for 15 years. I have been raising you for 15 years. Other people have been planning. Who? You will meet them when I tell you. Jon Snow turned and put his hand on the heart tree. I know nothing of being a king, he said. You know how to be a Stark, said Ned. Be a Stark for me a little longer. The Targaryen part can wait. 2 years after that, on the cold morning that the last leaf came down off the apple tree in the inner yard, a Dornish rider came up the Kingsroad in the colors of a wool merchant of Ironwood, and asked at the gate for the master-at-arms, who was a man of his trade who took commissions in the south. He had a bundle of wool to be examined, and a price to negotiate. He spent 2 hours in the armory. He left a small carved spear of olive wood on the table where the master-at-arms' deputy worked, and he left a folded slip of parchment under the spear, and he rode south again before noon. Sir Ulrich Wells of Stony Sept found the spear that evening on the table where he himself worked. He found the parchment under it. He unfolded the parchment. It said only, The melon is ripe." He carried the parchment up to the Maester's room on his stick and laid it in Maester Aemon's hand and put the Maester's finger on the words. The Maester read it by touch. "At last," said Maester Aemon. "At last. They sent for the Lord of Winterfell. He came after dark." He stood in the Maester's doorway and read the slip by candlelight. He read it 3 times. He laid it on the small table by the fire. He did not sit down. "How long?" he said. "From Sunspear to here, 14 days, said Sir Ulrich. "If the rider is the rider I think he is. From here to the Kingsroad, 2 days. From here to ride south at the head of the north, 2 weeks of mustering and 1 of marching to Moat Cailin. From Moat Cailin south to the Trident, 14 days, depending on the harvest. From the Trident south to King's Landing, 12 more, depending on Tywin. And the spear. The spear is already on the road. The spear has been on the road in some form for 15 years. It is now on the Kingsroad in earnest." Sir Ulrich laid one finger on the carved olive spear that had come up with the parchment. "Doran does not give a sign like this and not march. He has been waiting for it to be in his sleeve." Ned looked at the carved olive spear for a long time. He picked it up. He weighed it in his hand. He set it back on the table. "Bring me Jon," he said. Jon came in his shirt and his cloak and his boots, with the hair on one side still pressed against his skull from the pillow. He stopped in the doorway when he saw the 3 faces in the room. "Shut the door," Ned said. Jon shut the door. Ned picked up the olive spear and put it in Jon's hand. "This came up the Kingsroad today," he said. "It came from Sunspear. It came from a man named Doran Martell, who is the Prince of Dorne and who is the man who has been waiting for 15 years for me to give him leave. I am about to give him leave. Before I give it, I will ask you a question." "Ask." "You are 15 years old. You have been raised in a castle in the north of a country that does not yet know your name. Your father was killed by a friend of mine before you were born. Your mother died on a bed in a tower with red mountains around it before you were a day old. The man who sits the chair in King's Landing did not put your father in the ground, but he has slept under a roof your father's family built, and he will not get up from his chair on his own. To get him up, I will have to bring you down a long road, and at the end of that road, I will have to set you in his place. Because if I do not set you in his place, I have set you in nothing at all, and you will be a banner that I have raised and put down again. And the country will not forgive a thing like that. Do you understand me? Yes. Then I ask you, tonight in this room before I send the bird back to Sunspear and the riders out across the north, if you say no, I will burn the parchment. We will live the lives we have been living. The men in this castle and across the sea and in Dorne will live theirs. The boy you have been will continue to be the boy you have been. Do you wish to be a king?" Jon Snow looked down at the carved olive spear in his hand. The wood was very old and very dark. The point of the spear had been polished by a thumb that had run along it for a long time. The shaft was the length of his palm and no longer. He held the spear in his hand. He was quiet for a long time. "I do not wish to be a king," he said at last. Ned closed his eyes for a single beat. "I wish for the lion not to eat the kingdom," Jon said. "I wish for the man on the chair to get up from it. I wish for my mother's bones to stop being a thing the country pretends it did not put in the ground. I wish for my father's name to not be a curse on the lips of every drunken merchant in the Reach. I wish also for the people I have known in this castle for 15 years to not die for me in a yard or on a road, although I know that some of them will. I do not wish to be a king. I wish to do the work a king would do if a king were willing to do it. If those are different things, Father, tell me they are different things, and I will tell you which of the 2 I wish." Ned opened his eyes. "They are not different things," he said. "Then I wish to be a king." "Then I will send the bird." He sent the bird that night. The next morning, the standards of the great northern houses began to come in. Chapter 4. The council in the Wolf's Wood, Catelyn Tully, had married Eddard Stark for the second of two sons, and the second of two sons had become the first overnight in a way that no one in the realm had time to grieve. And she had been a wife and a mother and a chatelane and a regent in the absence of a husband at war. And she had been all of these things without complaint, because her father had taught her that complaint was a thing that lived in the south and rotted in the cold. She had not complained about the boy in her husband's cloak 15 years ago. She had not complained about the boy at the table 15 years later. She did not complain when the Maester's apprentice came at dawn to her solar and told her that Lord Stark wished to see her in the great hall, and that Lord Stark wished to see her alone, and that Lord Stark had ridden out into the Wolf's Wood the night before with the boy and with 2 other men and had returned at second hour past midnight, and that they had not slept, and that the kitchens had been told to bring meat into the hall for 10 by midday. She did not complain. She put on a wool dress and a fur over the wool dress, and she went down to the great hall. The hall was empty but for Ned. He stood at the high table with a small carved spear in his hand. He had not slept. She saw that on the 3rd step down from the gallery. His hair was wet from the basin and his cuffs were buttoned wrong, and there was a smear of ink on his knuckle that he had not noticed. Cat. Ned. He laid the spear on the table. He drew out a chair for her. Sit, please. She sat. He sat opposite her. He folded his hands on the table. I have a thing to tell you that I should have told you 15 years ago, he said. She did not speak. I have a thing to tell you that I did not tell you 15 years ago, because the woman who made me promise to keep it was, at that hour, dying on a bed in a tower in the Red Mountains. And I made the promise the way a man makes a promise to a dying sister, which is that I made it. I am breaking it today because the world is shifting under us, and I would rather break it of my own choosing than have it broken for me by a herald from King's Landing in a fortnight when there is nothing of it I can yet say to you alone. I would like, before that herald rides into the yard, to have my wife on my side of this table and not on the other side of it. Will you hear me out? She put her hands flat on the table and laid them open. I will hear you out, he told her. He told her about the road to the Tower of Joy and the 3 white cloaks at the foot of the steps. He told her about Howland Reed's knife and Hightower's helm, and Went's last stroke and Castle's name in the doorway. He told her about Lyanna on the bed, and the Septon kneeling, and the marriage register, and the writ of annulment, and the second name that had been on the lips of his sister in the last hour she had been able to speak. He told her about the bundle in his cloak that had made a small, quick sound that had not yet been a voice. He told her about Arthur Dayne riding to Dorne with the book. He told her about the chair in his solar, where Doran Martell had laid his palms flat. He told her about the carved olive spear which she could see now, and about what the spear meant. He did not stop until he was done. When he was done, she sat for a long time looking at the spear on the table. You let me believe, she said finally, for 15 years. I let you believe. That I had married a man who. I let you believe it, and you sat at this table with me for 15 years. I sat at this table with you for 15 years, and at no point did you. At no point did I. She put one hand over her face. She was not weeping. She was a Tully of Riverrun and a Stark of Winterfell. She did not weep where men could see her, even when the man was her husband and the hall was empty but for him. You let me hate him, she said into her hand. I let you hate him, for 15 years. For 15 years, he is. He is my sister's child. He is Lyanna's son. He is, by birth and by law and by the writ of a Septon whose body is in Old Town, the only living son of Rhaegar Targaryen and the only legitimate heir of Aerys's line. He is my nephew. He is your nephew by marriage. He is not and has never been my son by any woman not my wife. There has been in 15 years no woman not my wife. I am sorry, Cat. There is no thing on this earth I am more sorry for than letting you go on hating him. There are several things you are more sorry for, she said. Or there will be. There will be. She lowered her hand. What does he wish? He wishes for the man in the chair to get up out of it. He wishes for the lion behind the chair to stop eating the country. He wishes for his mother's bones to mean something. Does he wish to sit the chair himself? He did not when I asked him. He went a long way toward yes in his way of going toward a thing. He will end up in the chair, Cat. We will put him in it. He did not ask for it. He will sit it anyway. There are men in this castle who have been waiting for 15 years for an answer to that question, and I gave it to them last night, and the ravens went out at dawn. Rob does not know yet. I will tell Rob today. I wish to tell you first. That is kind. It is the least kind thing I have done. She looked at the spear. She picked it up. It was a child's spear, carved out of olive wood, polished by a thumb that had run along it for a long time. She turned it in her hand. She had not held a Dornish thing in 20 years. The weight of it surprised her. It was heavier than it looked, like everything Dorne had ever sent north. My boy will choose his brother, she said. Over his inheritance, over his sisters, over me. He will choose him today in this hall when you tell him. You know that, I know that. He will ride south with him. He will. And if he does not come back? Ned did not answer. She set the spear down on the table between them, very carefully with both hands. I will not weep where you can see, she said. I will not weep where the bannermen can see. I will hold this castle for you while you are in the south. I will hold it the way my mother held Riverrun while my father was in the field. I will hold the children. I will hold the small folk. I will hold the harvest. I will hold the Maester and the steward and the master-at-arms and the dogs. I will do this for 15 years if I must, and longer. I do not ask for 15. You will not get less than 5, she said. I have looked at the map of the country as long as you have, Ned. I know what 5 years of war looks like in this country. I am not a fool. Do not look at me as if you have just told a fool a great secret. I have not looked at you as if you were a fool. I have looked at you as if I have wronged you. They are different looks. They are different looks, she said. She stood up. She smoothed her dress at the front. She did not yet look at him. Bring Rob up, she said. I will leave you with him. I will go to the Godswood for an hour. I will come back. When I come back, I will go to the kitchens and I will see to 10 covers at the high table by midday. I will sit at the high table at midday next to you. I will sit on the side of the boy who has become my nephew. I will smile at him in front of the bannermen when they come. I will be the lady of this house through this thing. After this thing, Ned, after this thing, you and I will have a conversation in this hall again, and you will not enjoy it, and I will not enjoy it, and we will have it anyway. We will have it. Until then. She turned and walked out of the hall, and the fur of the cloak moved on her shoulders, and she did not put it back when the wind from the door caught it sideways, because she did not need to. Robb Stark was 15 years old. He had 2.5 years of the Master-at-Arms' wooden swords behind him, and 1 year of steel. He had ridden out twice on hunts with his father and the bannermen, and he had killed a stag at one and missed the elk at the other. And he had spoken at the high table once on the matter of a peat dispute between 2 smallholders of the North Road, and he had spoken not very well. But he had spoken, and the smallholders had gone away satisfied, and his father had not corrected him in front of the men in the hall, which was Ned's way of saying it was not the worst thing he had ever heard a green lord say. Robb had been pleased about it for a week. He came into the hall in his furs, with his auburn hair untrimmed at the back, and the Maester's apprentice at his shoulder. He stopped when he saw Jon at the high table beside his father. He stopped because he was a boy of 15 who had not yet learned to come into a room and not stop. Jon was already there. Jon had been in the hall before him. Jon did not look at him. "Sit," Ned said. Robb sat. Ned did not draw out the telling this time. He had drawn it out for Catelyn because she had earned the long form. He had drawn it out for Jon because Jon had needed it. He gave Robb the short form because Robb was Robb, and the short form would be enough. "Your brother," he said, "is your cousin. He is the son of my sister Lyanna and of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, who was wed to her in a sept of the Reach by a septon whose hand is in a book that is in Sunspear. He was given to me in a tower in the Red Mountains as my sister died. I raised him as my own because to have done otherwise was to have given his head to a friend of mine who would have taken it, and to his brother who is in the chair now, who is not a friend of mine, and who would still take it. We are going to put him on the chair instead. We are going south within the moon's turn. The north will ride with him. So will Dorne. So will men from across the narrow sea who have been waiting 15 years. I am telling you in front of him because he is your brother. I am telling you separately from your mother because I have already told your mother. I will tell your sisters later in a way they can hold. You will not tell them. You will not tell anyone in this castle. You will eat your meal at the high table at midday today, and you will keep your mouth around your meat, and you will be the heir of Winterfell as you have always been the heir of Winterfell. Do you understand me?" Robb looked at Jon. Jon did not look back. "You are my cousin," Robb said. "I am your cousin," Jon said. "You are not my brother." "I am your brother by every fire I have sat at with you for 15 years, Jon said, "and by every wall I have climbed with you in this castle, and by every sword I have crossed with you in the yard. I am not your brother by blood. I am your brother by everything else there is." "Where will you sit me?" Robb said, looking now at Ned. "Where you have always sat, in Winterfell, in Winterfell. You will not make me Hand of the King. I will not. You will not make me master of anything. I will not. You will not pull me down out of Winterfell. I will not." Robb did not look at his father. He turned in his chair and he looked at Jon. "You are my brother," he said, "for every fire and every wall and every sword. You are not my brother by blood. I have only one brother by blood, and his name is Bran. Bran is 6 years old and cannot hold a sword. I will ride south with you, and I will fight with you, and I will not pull you down out of the chair when you sit it, because Bran cannot hold a sword. When Bran can hold a sword, he and I will both come down out of the north to drink with you, and you will buy the wine, because you will have a city to buy wine in, and I will not." "I will buy the wine," Jon said, "and I will see the wine drunk, and you will see the wine drunk." Robb turned back to his father. "I will ride south with my cousin," he said, "as my brother. Tell the men what you will tell them. Tell them later. Tell them the men in the south have to be told first. Tell them that I am the heir of Winterfell because Winterfell is what I am for. Tell them my mother has agreed to it. She has she not? She has." "Then I have not anything else to ask," Robb said. He stood. He set his hand on Jon's shoulder. He left his hand there for the count of 3. He did not say more. He walked out of the hall. Jon, after a long moment, set his hand where Robb's hand had been on his own shoulder. He did not say what he was thinking. He did not, in any visible way, do anything. The carved olive spear lay on the table between them. Ned looked at the spear. Jon looked at the spear. "We will need a sigil." Jon said, "Yes. It will not be a stag. It will not be a stag. And it will not be a dragon." Ned looked up. "It will not be a dragon yet," Jon said. "Later, perhaps, when the throne is mine and not the country's loaned to me. For the march, for the men, for the road south. It should be a thing that the small folk in 3 kingdoms will look at and not run from. The dragons have not been loved south of the Trident in 2 generations. What will it be? A wolf with red eyes, a dire wolf in white on a field of black. Below it, in red, a 3-headed shadow, not the dragon itself, only its shadow, cast from behind. Men in the Reach will see the wolf and think of you and not of my father. Men in Dorne will see the shadow and think of my father and not of Robert. Men in the Riverlands will see the white and think of the Stark in the south, which Hoster will like. Men in the Crownlands will see the black and recognize it. The bannermen here will see the direwolf and ride. The bannermen in Dorne will see the shadow and ride. When I sit in the chair, the dragon will come out of the shadow slowly, the way a thing comes out of dark when the dark has chosen it. Not before. Ned watched him. You worked it out before you came down to breakfast, he said. I worked it out in the Godswood the night you told me, Jon said. I have had 2 years. 2 years. I do not waste years. You taught me that. I taught you to chop wood. Same thing. Ned smiled. It was not a smile exactly. It was the small motion of a man who has not smiled in some time and has discovered that the muscles still know how. He laid one hand flat on the table next to the spear. Bring me parchment, he said to the apprentice in the doorway. Bring me wax. Bring me the seal of the house. We have ravens to send. 500 leagues south, in the small chamber off the throne room that had once been Aerys Targaryen's private council room, and was now, in everything but name, Tywin Lannisters, the small council of King Stannis, the first sat down at a long table to receive the morning's birds. Pycelle read them. Pycelle had grown thinner over the years and slower in his diction, and he was at the age now where the slowness was no longer entirely a performance. He read each bird through once, and he laid it on the table, and he passed it to the steward, who passed it to the council. 3 birds out of Dorne in 2 days. 2 birds out of the Reach, 1 bird out of the north. The bird out of the north had come up the Kingsroad by way of White Harbor, by way of the Manderleys, by way of a wool merchant who happened to know a certain captain, who happened to be in Maidenpool that week. The bird had come in by a route that was Tywin's route and Pycelle's route and not Stannis's route, which was why Pycelle read it now and not last night. Pycelle laid it down with both hands. The North, he said, has begun a muster. For what? Said Stannis. It does not say for what. It does not say for what because it does not need to, Tywin said. Renly Baratheon, 23 years old, sat at the foot of the table in green velvet with his sword belt loose on his hip and a goblet of southern red at his elbow. He had been master of laws for 2 years. He had been master of laws because Cersei had wished it, and because Cersei in those 2 years had wished a number of things, and because most of them had been granted. He laid his fingers on the rim of his goblet. Eddard Stark has not mustered the North in 15 years, he said. Not since he came home from the war. The man does not muster. The man brews ale and writes about it. What could possibly? Be silent, Renly, said Stannis. My king. Be silent. Renly was silent. Tywin Lannister at the king's right hand did not look at Renly. He had stopped looking at Renly some years ago. He read the bird again himself. He laid it down. There are 3 possibilities, he said. He counted them on his fingers, which was the only theatrical thing he ever did at council. He had picked the gesture up from his father and had not been able to set it down. 1. The wildlings have come over the wall in numbers, and Lord Stark is summoning the bannermen to ride the Kingsroad to Castle Black. This is the explanation the Maesters in this room would prefer. It is unlikely. There has been no bird from the wall. The wildlings are not yet ripe enough for it. 2. There is a Bolton matter or a Greyjoy matter or a Manderley matter, and Lord Stark is conducting it without troubling the king, in the way northern lords have conducted such matters for 1,000 years. This is the explanation Pycelle would prefer. He did not look at Pycelle. It is also unlikely. Bolton has not stirred. Greyjoy is sober this year. The Manderley bird is up the river through the Manderley's own hand. They are part of the muster. It is not a Manderley matter. 3, he said. He paused. 3, he said. There has been a wedding in Dorne we were not told of, or there has been a death in Dorne we were not told of, or there has been a birth in Dorne we were not told of, 15 years ago that we were not told of. I have been waiting for the 3rd one for 15 years. Stannis Baratheon looked at his hand. Speak plainly. I am speaking plainly, my king. You have a name in your mouth. Put it on the table. Tywin Lannister did not very often lay a thing on a table. He laid it now. Eddard Stark, he said, did not return from the war alone. He returned from the war with a child in his cloak that had not been in his cloak when he rode south. The child has been raised at Winterfell as a bastard of Eddard Stark, of no woman the Maester of Winterfell will name. The child is, this year, 15 years old. There has not been, in 15 years, a single bird out of Winterfell that has named the child's mother. There has not been, in 15 years, a single visit by Eddard Stark to King's Landing. There has not been, in 15 years, a single attendance by Eddard Stark at any tourney south of the Neck. There has been, in 15 years, exactly one Dornish merchant of wool who passed through Winterfell with an unusual frequency, by my count of his bills of carriage as filed at the customs of White Harbor. He came up the King's Road on a melon cart 12 days ago. I had the cart inspected. The melons were inside the melon cart. There was a carved olive spear under the floor of the cart that I had not put there. He turned to the king. The child is Rhaegar's, he said. The Stark sister bore him. He is 15 years old, and he is in Winterfell, and Dorne knows of him. And a sword which is said to have died in the Red Mountains is, in my best estimation, also in Winterfell, on a leg that does not bend. The Stark is raising the muster. The Dornishman is already riding. There is, by my count, a Targaryen exile in lies who has not been quite as quiet over the last 5 years as he was the 5 years before, and he will be on a ship by now, and the ship will be making for Cape Wrath. I have known this in the way a man knows a thing in his belly for some 7 years. I have been waiting for the spear under the cart for 3. The spear has come up the King's Road. The room was quiet. How, said Stannis, how is this possible? It is possible, said Tywin, because for 15 years, the men in this room and their predecessors have been content to assume that the Stark told them the truth in the matter of his bastard. Stark men do not lie about bastards. This is the line we have all of us nodded along with. Eddard Stark did not lie about his bastard. Eddard Stark told us his bastard was his bastard. He did not happen to tell us whose bastard. We did not happen to ask. Why now? Said Stannis. Because the boy is 15, my king. Because Dorne does not move a chess piece earlier than it has to. Because for 15 years, you and I have sat in this room and arranged the realm in a way that has displeased a great many lords who have been waiting for an excuse not to die in their beds. They have, this year, an excuse. They have a banner. They have a name. They have a Stark uncle and a Dornish prince and an exile across the narrow sea, and they have a boy who will be of an age to sit a horse and put a face on the matter. They have everything they need. They will move. Renly Baratheon set down his goblet. Is the boy any good? He said. Tywin Lannister did not, ordinarily, smile at Renly Baratheon's questions. I do not know, Tywin said. We will find out. Stannis put both his hands flat on the table. I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms, he said. The law is the law. My brother died of his wound. The throne came to me. The faith crowned me. The lords of the realm have sworn to me. There has not been a man on this throne in 3 centuries who was not a Targaryen, and the line of the Targaryens died at the Trident, and in this castle on the steps below us. The boy in Winterfell is a bastard, or he is a pretender, or he is a fiction. He is not a king. He will not be a king. I will not entertain this question. You will not need to entertain it, my king, said Tywin. I will entertain it for you with your leave, with my leave. Then I have it. You have it. Tywin folded the bird from Winterfell and put it inside his cloak. He stood. He laid his hand on the back of the king's chair very briefly, and then he did not lay it there any longer. My lords, he said to the room, the kingdoms will need a strong hand at this table. I will be in the Tower of the Hand for the rest of the day. I would like to see Lord Renly within the hour. I would like to see the Master of Coin within the 2nd hour. I would like to see Grand Meister Pycelle within the 3rd hour. I would like to see the captain of the city watch by sundown. By tomorrow at dawn, I would like a bird in the air to Casterly Rock, and a bird in the air to Highgarden, and a bird in the air to the Eyrie, and a bird in the air in particular to the Iron Islands. We have, I think, about 100 days. We will use them. 100 days, said Renly. 110, perhaps, said Tywin, if the harvest is good in the Reach, which it will not be. He turned and walked out of the council chamber, the door shut behind him. Renly Baratheon picked up his goblet again and looked at the wine for a long moment. Stannis watched him do it. Renly set the goblet down without drinking. Brother, said Renly. What? He has known this for 7 years. Yes, and he has not told you. He has told me today. What does he gain, said Renly, from telling you today and not 7 years ago, or 6 or 3? He gains, said Stannis, the war he has wanted for 15 years, fought at the time of his choosing, against an enemy he has had 7 years to plan against. He gains a king on this throne who owes the throne to him. He gains, if he is honest with himself, his daughter married to me whether I wish it or no, because his daughter is the only Lannister woman of an age, and your contract with her is, at the moment, the only thing in this realm that he would consider less important than his own life. He gains the realm. He has always been gaining the realm. He gains it slower than other men gain it, but in larger pieces. And what do we gain? We gain a war we have to win, said Stannis, or we lose everything. There is no third outcome. The boy comes down the King's Road, or we ride up it. If we win, I sit this chair until I die of old age. If we lose, I die of a thing other than old age. That is the game, brother, you wish to play. I did not. The game is now in front of us. We will play it. He stood. Send for my queen, he said. Send for Davos Seaworth. Send for the master of the royal fleet. Send for the city watch. Send for the gold cloaks. Send word to Dragonstone that I will not leave this city for the rest of the year. He looked at Renly. And brother. Yes. You will not speak to Lord Tywin without me in the room, not in this castle. Not for the rest of this war, my king. Not in this castle. Not for the rest of this war, my king. Stannis walked out of the council chamber the way Tywin had walked out, by the same door but more slowly. He did not look back. Renly Baratheon sat alone at the table for a long count of breaths. He looked at the door. He looked at the wine in his cup. He looked at the door again. He drank. Chapter 5. The spear of Dorne Oberyn Martell rode north on a sand steed the color of warm copper, with 30,000 spears at his back, and his brother's permission in his saddlebag, and a cup of Dornish red in his hand that he had not yet finished after 11 miles. He had been waiting 15 years for someone to permit him to march north. He was not going to spill any wine in the first week of it. The spears went up the boneway in 3 columns, with the foot in the center and the horse on either flank, and the supply at the rear under the eye of his daughter Obara, who was 16 years old and had been born of a Norvoshi whore, and was not entirely his father's daughter in the matter of patience. The columns moved before dawn, halted at the worst heat of the day, moved again at dusk, and slept under stars in the way Dornishmen had slept before there had been a country with a name. Behind them, in Sunspear, Doran sat on his cushioned chair in the old palace, and read each evening the bird from his brother, and the bird from Highgarden, and the bird from a place in Cape Wrath that did not yet have a banner on it. And he wrote with his own swollen hand the next morning's directions, and he sent them down the road in a leather tube to find Oberyn at whatever camp the tube would find him in next. The bird from Highgarden was, in the first 2 weeks, the bird that mattered most. Mace Tyrell, said Oberyn one evening to the captain of his vanguard, a long, lean man called Manfrey Martell, who was a third cousin and the keeper of the host in his brother's name. will say yes to the spear when the Reach says yes to him, and the Reach will say yes to him when his mother tells him to. Olenna will tell him to when she has read 3 more birds. We will be at the Mander before she is done reading. We are not going to wait. We are not going to wait, my prince. We will dip our banners at Horn Hill. We will dip them at Old Oak. We will dip them at Brightwater. We will dip them everywhere they have to be dipped. We will not stop. Mace will come into the field behind us with 30,000 of his own and a banner, because the rose smells better on the second column than on the first. He will tell himself this for 40 years afterward. He is welcome to it. And Highgarden, my prince. Highgarden will be a tent of green silk on the Mander. We will pass it. We will not enter it. Lady Olenna will come out of the tent and shout something witty as we go by. We will pretend not to have heard her. She will love us all the better for it. He drained the cup of red and turned his horse back along the column. The lance pennants of the noble houses of Dorne stretched along the boneway in 3 forks of color like a long red snake working up between the rocks. The men sang as they marched. Dornishmen sang going to war the way other men sang going to a wedding. Oberyn rode along the column and listened to the songs and did not, when he had time to think about it, let himself believe in them too much. Songs sometimes carried armies further than they should have been able to go. He had marched in the rebellion at the side of 2 armies who had been carried by their songs. Both armies had stopped being carried at exactly the same hour, on a riverbank by a man with a war hammer. He was not going to be carried. In the second week, Connington landed. He had been 7 days at sea from Volantes, with 1,200 horse and 3,000 of the disciplined infantry of the Golden Company. And he had been 12 years before that, in a small painted house on the edge of the river in Lies. Drinking too little for a man with as much to forget as he had to forget. And writing in a book, a careful set of pages that he had kept locked, and had never shown to anyone but the man who had brought him out of the wreckage of his life in the 3rd year of his exile, and had stayed near him without quite ever staying close to him, who had been called Miles Toyne in some places and the Blackheart in others, and who had been Captain General of the Golden Company for 19 years, and who was now 18 days dead of a fever no Maester had been able to name. Connington had been Captain General for 18 days. He had spent 15 of them moving the ships. He landed at a small bay on the south coast of Cape Wrath that did not appear on the better maps, because the better maps had been drawn for tax purposes by men who had not loved Cape Wrath. It had a stone jetty that the wreckers had built. It had a fisher village above the jetty with 12 houses, and a sept the size of a chicken coop. It had, on the rise behind the village, a beacon pile that had not been lit in 15 years, and an old septon who had not been replaced when the last septon had died. The old septon was the first man to greet Connington on the beach. He came down the path with a staff in one hand and a candle in the other, and he stood at the foot of the jetty and looked at the banners coming up out of the longboats. The banners were not red. "Whose colors?" said the old septon. "Do I see, my lord, if you would permit an old man's question?" John Connington stepped down off the jetty with the salt still on his boots. He had been a tall man 20 years ago and was still a tall man, gaunter now, with his red hair gone almost gray at the sides, and the lines from his nose to the corner of his mouth set so deep that the wind found them. He looked at the old septon's candle. He looked at the empty beacon pile up the rise. "The white wolf on black," he said, "above a red shadow, whose, the son of my prince." The old septon thought about this. The sea wind moved the small flame inside his candle. "There is no prince any longer, my lord." "There is." "He died at the Trident, my lord. His son lives. He is on the road south. He will be at the Trident again this side by the moon's turn." Connington put his hand on the old septon's shoulder. The old septon was small enough under his cloak that the hand seemed to cover all of him. "Tonight, septon, The beacon is to be lit, my lord. Tonight. The next holdfast east will see it within the hour, the holdfast at Crow's Nest within 3, the Septry at Greenstone within 6. By dawn, every smallholder on Cape Wrath from here to the Rainwood will have seen a fire on a beacon pile that has not held a fire since they were boys, and they will have understood it. By dawn after that, the bannermen of Storm's End will have understood it. Lord Estermont will have understood it. Lord Errol, Lord Penrose, Lord Selmy, Lord Tarth, who was my mother's cousin and who has not yet picked which Baratheon to die for. Storm's End itself will hear about it from a bird and not from a fire, because Storm's End sits a king, and a king will not credit a fire he has not lit himself. The bannermen will credit it. That is what we want, my lord, said the old Septon. There is no oil in the beacon pile. There has not been oil in it in 15 years. There is oil, said Kennington, in the 3rd longboat. There is oil in every longboat. We have brought oil and pitch and tar and dry wood and dry men. We are going to light a great many things over the next 100 days, Septon, and you are going to be glad we lit them, or you are not. And either way you are going to remember the night we landed, because it is going to be the night that mattered. And the candle in your hand is going to be a thing you used to say, on the morning the war ended, that you yourself had carried down the path to greet the dragon's man. Do you wish to carry the candle down the path? The old Septon looked at the candle. My lord, he said, I will carry the candle down the path. The beacon went up that night. By dawn, 3 more were lit between Cape Wrath and the Rainwood. By the 3rd dawn, the Stormlands were aware that they had a war again. By the 3rd week, Tywin Lannister had brought 35,000 swords out of Lannisport up the Gold Road to the Blackwater Rush, and he had set them in the saddle ground between the city and the river, and he had begun the work of feeding them. By the 3rd week also, a bird went out of Riverrun in the small hours of a wet morning that had nothing in it but a single sentence and a seal. Hoster Tully has been 3 days in his bed and has not asked for wine. The bird went up the river to the Twins, and across the Twins it was carried by a rider in green who took it down the King's Road to Moat Cailin in 7 days. It came up out of the saddlebag of the rider in the courtyard of Winterfell, and a steward read it. And the steward took it up the stairs, and the Maester read it. And the Maester took it across the yard to the high keep, and Ned read it standing by a window. He took it down to the great hall. The hall was full now. The bannermen had been coming in for the better part of 3 weeks. Lord Manderley of White Harbour was in the 2nd seat, Lord Karstark of Carhold in the 3rd, Lord Umber in the 4th, and tall enough to be seen from the back of the hall when he stood. Lord Glover, the Mormonts under their bear, Lord Hornwood, Lord Serwyn, Lord Tallheart, 2 Boltons in different shades of grey, 3 of the mountain clans under chiefs called Wull and Nori and Little, and a scatter of lesser men. They were eating and not eating in the way of bannermen who had been told the truth 2 days ago in a room upstairs, and had not yet been allowed to talk about it in a room downstairs. Ned set the bird on the high table. Hoster Tully is dying, he said. The room was quiet. My good father, said Ned, has lain 3 days in his bed and has not asked for wine. The Maester says it will not be a long thing. The bird is from my good brother Edmure. He has not said what he means by it. He has said only what he has said. He means that we should ride. He means that he will receive us at the Twins and at Riverrun together when we come down the King's Road. He means that the Tullys will choose, when Hoster is in the ground, in the way they could not choose while Hoster was alive. He means that the Riverlands will go where we go if we go quickly. Great John Umber slammed the flat of his hand on the table. Then we go quickly. Then we go quickly. How many spears? 25,000, said Ned, out of the north on the muster of 2 weeks. 8,000 or so from the Tullys when we reach them, if Edmure is right about his own bannermen, and Edmure is not always right. 5,000 more from the Reach loyalists at the southern marches, who are with Oberyn Martell already on the Boneway. 30,000 spears under Oberyn. 3,000 of the Golden Company under Lord Connington on the Stormlands coast, and as many of the Stormlords as Connington can bring out of the banner houses, he is lighting up tonight. By the time we cross the Trident, we will have 87,000 banners, give or take 1,000, against perhaps 50,000 in the south under Tywin and the City Watch and what is in the Crownlands. The numbers are good. They have been good for some years. We have been waiting for them to be good in the right places at the right moment, and the right moment is now. And the boy, said Lord Manderley, the men in the hall did not look at Jon. They had not been looking at Jon since they had come into the hall. They had been told to not look at him until the moment came, and they had not, because they were northern men, and northern men did the thing they had been told to do when they had been told it, until they were told otherwise. Jon stood up. He was wearing black wool over mail under a black cloak, with no sigil yet stitched on him because the sigil had only been settled 3 nights ago, and the seamstresses were still working on it. He carried a sword that had been given to him that morning by his uncle, which was Longclaw of House Mormont in its newest guise, the pommel recast with a wolf's head for the occasion. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont had sent it down with his son in front of the hall a week before, and the men had clapped when the box had been opened, because the men of the north liked a good sword in the way some men liked a good horse. And they had recognized the bear in the steel even with the wolf on the pommel. Jon came around the table. He came down between the long boards. He did not walk fast, and he did not walk slow. He had been in this hall every day of his life for 15 years, and he had come down between these boards 100 times in less serious moods than this one, and the body knew the walk even when the body had not done it as this particular thing before. He stopped at the foot of the boards. "Lords of the North," he said. The hall was quiet. He had not used the voice he was using before. None of them had heard it before. "I am Jon Snow of Winterfell," he said. "I am also Aegon of House Targaryen, the second of that name in my father's line, born to Prince Rhaegar of the same house, and to Lyanna of House Stark, in a tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne, on the 7th day of the 7th moon of the year of the rebellion. Witnessed by Lord Eddard Stark, and by Lord Howland Reid, and by Septon Maynard of the Sept of the Reach, whose register lies tonight in Sunspear under the hand of Prince Doran Martell. I have lived 15 years under the name and the protection of my mother's brother. I have eaten at his table and trained at his post and slept under his roof. I have called his wife my lady and his children my brothers and sisters. I have learned the gods of the heart tree from him, and the language of my father's people from a maester who is in this castle tonight, and who has come a long way to teach it to me. I am not, when you look at me, a man you do not know. I am, by every fire we have shared, your Lord's son. I am, by birth and by writ, a thing you are seeing tonight for the first time, which is the Targaryen of this country. I would prefer not to be told which of the two of these I am. I would prefer to be both." He set his hand on the back of the chair at the foot of the boards. "I am riding south within the moon's turn," he said. "I am riding south to take a chair my fathers sat. I am not riding south to do what some of those fathers did when they sat it. I am not riding south to burn anything. I am not riding south to ride men down in the streets of Lannisport or in the orchards of Highgarden. I am not riding south to do to the city of Aegon's Hill what the man called the Mountain did 15 years ago to a princess of Dorne and to her children, who were of my father's blood. I am riding south because the lion behind the king's chair has eaten the country for 15 years one bone at a time, and because the king on the chair will not get up from it, and because the country will not get up from under the lion until someone walks in the front gate of King's Landing and asks the king to rise. I would like to be the man who asks the king to rise. I would like to do it without fire. I will do it with fire if I must. I do not know yet which it will be. I will know when I see him." He did not raise his voice. "I have told you tonight in this hall," he said, "what I have told no man in the south who does not already know it. I have told you because I will not ride south in a banner you have not chosen. You may choose tonight, you may go home tomorrow. I will not call any man a coward who goes home. I will not call any man a friend who stays. We are not friends yet. We will be after the road, or we will not. Choose." He did not, after that, speak again. The hall was, for the count of 3 breaths, quiet. Then great John Umber stood and laid his fist on the table without speaking and did not sit down. Then Lord Karstark stood. Then Lord Manderley, with both hands on the table to lift his great bulk. Then the Mormonts, then the Glovers, then the Hornwoods. The Boltons stood with the rest in their 2 shades of gray, watching one another. The mountain clans stood last, in the manner of mountain clans, who did not rise to a thing until the lowlanders had risen first, because they did not wish to appear to be following. They rose. No man sat. Ned, at the high table, did not stand. He had been on his feet long enough. He looked at his nephew at the foot of the long boards. He looked at the men of the north in the hall. "South, then," he said. They came down out of Winterfell on the 3rd day after the moon's turn, with 25,000 banners behind them and 3,000 mountain clansmen on garrons at the head of the column, with the spear of Skagos and the longaxe of Wull. They moved past Moat Cailin in 5 days. They moved past the Kingsroad Inn at the crossroads in 8. They were at the Twins in 12. Walder Frey was a fact of life in the country the way bad weather was a fact of life. He was 87 years old. He had 8 living sons, 22 living grandsons, and an estimated 46 great-grandsons, of whom the Maester at the crossing could not entirely account, because the Maester at the crossing was related to most of them, and had stopped counting some years ago. He had built a bridge between the twins by lending money to a king of a previous century, and refusing to be paid back in coin. He had collected a toll on the bridge for 90 years. He had been called the late Lord Frey by Lord Hoster Tully for 15 years, and by Lord Edmure Tully for 3 weeks, because the late Lord Frey had been late to the previous war by enough hours that he had not had to be in it. He was waiting in the bridge tower when Ned and John and the host came up to the crossing. He came down out of the tower in a fox fur cloak and a stick. He came down with 3 of his sons behind him. He stood on the cobblestones of the bridge approach in the cold drizzle that had been falling since the day before, and he looked up at the riders on the column, and he did not bow. "Lord Stark," he said. "Lord Frey." "Lord Stark, do my eyes deceive me, or have you brought a great many spears to a bridge that is mine?" "You see well, my lord." "I see well, my lord." "I see also that the spears are pointing south, which is the side of the bridge I am on, which is, I would have thought, a thing for you and I to discuss before you ride them across. We are discussing it. We are discussing it now. We are." Walder Frey looked at the column behind Ned. He looked at John, who had reined in at Ned's right hand. He looked at the wolf on the white field on the banner that the Master-at-Arms' youngest son carried at John's left, and the red shadow under the wolf, and he looked at it longer than at any other thing in front of him. "Snow," he said. "Or so I have heard you called. Jon Snow, my lord, of Winterfell, of Winterfell." "They tell me," said Walder Frey, "that you are not Eddard Stark's son. They tell me you are someone else's son. They tell me that someone else is a man whose people my house has dipped its banners to, twice in 3 centuries, and has not regretted it either time. They tell me also that I have, on the floor of my own great hall, a daughter named Roslyn, whom I would prefer not to marry to a smallholder. They tell me that you are 15 years old and not married and have not even been promised. They tell you many things, Lord Frey. They do. They are not always wrong. I am promised, my lord. Are you? I will be, said Jon. When we are at the Trident, I will be promised. To a daughter of the Prince of Dorne, in a betrothal that was settled the same morning the muster was. There is a parchment in my saddlebag with the seal on it. I will show it to you in the bridge tower if you would prefer. I would prefer not, my lord. I would prefer, said Walder Frey. Two things. The first is the toll, which is the toll for an army crossing the Twins, which is figured at the head, and which I have figured at 3,000 gold dragons for an army of your size. The second is a writ, in your hand and not your uncle's, that when you sit your chair you will permit my granddaughter, I have several, to marry whichever of your bannermen's heirs has been least promised at that hour. I am willing to be flexible about the bannermen. I am not willing to be flexible about the writ. The toll is paid, said Ned. It is paid. It is paid by the master of coin of my good brother Edmure Tully out of the river treasury at Riverrun, by previous arrangement with your fifth son. The bird has been with you for 3 days. You did not need to ask. I needed to ask, said Walder Frey, in case I had forgotten. You have not forgotten, my lord. I have not forgotten. Walder Frey turned his head to Jon and the writ. Jon dismounted. He came down off his horse onto the cobbles. He walked the 4 paces to where Walder Frey was standing. He did not draw a thing. He did not put a hand to anything. He stood in front of the old man and looked down at him. Lord Frey, he said, I will write you a writ that will say that when I sit my chair, I will not have forgotten the Twins, and I will not have forgotten the toll that was paid at the Twins, and I will not have forgotten which side of the bridge house Frey stood on in the hour I came down the Kingsroad with my mother's bannermen at my back. I will not write you a writ that promises a Frey daughter a Stark heir, because the Stark heir is my brother and is not for sale. I will not write you a writ that promises a Frey daughter a Manderly heir or a Karstark heir or a Mormont heir or any other northern heir, because those promises are theirs to make and not mine. What I will write you a writ for is this. When I sit the chair, I will give your house, by my hand and no other, a holding in the south on the river that is currently the property of a Lannister bannerman who will, at that hour, not be in a position to keep it. The holding has 8,000 acres of grain land, 3 watermills, and a small port with rights up the Mander. It is called Cinderfield. You will have heard of it. It has been Lannister for 60 years. It will be Frey for as long as Freys can keep it. Is that a writ you can carry across the bridge with us? Walder Frey was very quiet for a long count of breaths. Cinderfield, Cinderfield. 8,000 acres, 8,000 and a port. You will not have it to give for some months, boy. I will have it to give in less time than you have left, Lord Frey, said Jon, and we both know it. Will you take the writ, or do we go around your bridge? Where would you go around the bridge? There is a ford at Oxcross on the Green, 2.5 days east, that the Maester of Winterfell has marked on a map I am carrying. It is a slow crossing for an army of my size. It would cost me 4 days, and it would cost you nothing in particular except the toll and a Lannister holding on the river. I would rather pay the toll and give you the holding. But I have 4 days to spare, Lord Frey. I do not have any patience to spare. Decide. Walder Frey looked at him. He smiled in the small, loose-toothed way of a man who had not smiled at a great many things but had smiled at this. Bring me the writ, he said. I will sign it in the bridge tower. We will open the gate. You will be across by sundown, you and your spears and your dragons and your wolves and your whatever else you are carrying. And boy, my lord, Cinderfield, Cinderfield, do not forget. I will not forget. Jon went back up onto his horse. The column began to move. They crossed the Twins under a low gray sky, and the drizzle did not stop, and the bridge did not bend, and Walder Frey stood in the open gate of the bridge tower with his stick in his hand, and watched 25,000 banners pass under his window without saying another word. Ned rode beside Jon at the head of the column. Behind them, the spears of the north went over the green fork in the longest crossing the twins had ever seen. On the south side, Edmure Tully met them with 8,000 river lords and a black banner, because Hoster had died in the night. Chapter 6. The Field of Stones. The field was called the Field of Stones because there were stones in it. They had been put in it by a glacier in a previous age and had been left in it by 100 farmers who had tried and given up. And by the year of the war they had grown a soft pale lichen along the upper edges. And they made a low rough pattern across 2 miles of high ground east of Harrenhal that broke the wind and broke a charge and broke any plan for taking the ground that did not account for them. Tywin Lannister had been in the country for a week. He had a map drawn at Casterly Rock by a Maester Crelin 40 years before that, named all of the stones and counted them. He had chosen the ground. Jon Snow came up out of the trees on the north edge of the field on a sand-gray courser at the 3rd hour of the morning, with Sir Ulrich Wells of Stony sept on a bay gelding to his left, and Great John Umber on a black destrier to his right. And he looked at the Field of Stones for the time it would take a man to count to 30. He looked at the stones. He looked at the place where the road came up over the eastern rise. He looked at the small, clean Lannister camp a mile off on the far side of the field, with its rows of canvas in red and gold and its banners stiff in the wind, and the gleam of harness in the trees behind the canvas where the cavalry was not pretending to be hidden, because Tywin did not pretend. He turned in the saddle to Sir Ulrich. He has the ground he wanted. He has the ground he wanted. Tell me what he means to do with it. Sir Ulrich laid one hand on the pommel of his saddle, which was the saddle he had built so that the bad leg would hold a horse, and he did not point. Old soldiers did not point at battlefields. They moved their eyes along the field, and they let the men beside them move their eyes with them, and they did not give a watcher on a distant hill an arm to see. He has set foot in the center, Sir Ulrich said. Behind the stones, where a horse will not cross fast and where the stones favor the man on his feet. He has put his Westermen in the foot. 5,006. They will hold the line and bleed for an hour. He has set the city watch on the eastern flank along the wood line. They will stay out of the worst of it and look like they are doing something. He has put the cavalry behind the trees on the far rise. There will be 3,000 of them. They will be James. They will not come out until they see a thing they want to come out for. He is hoping we will commit our foot to the stones and our horse to the eastern flank to deal with the watch, and that we will leave our reserve too far back to ride to the center when his horse comes around behind the foot. He has built a trap. The trap depends on us doing exactly the thing a man would do who has not seen the trap. We are not going to do that thing. We are not going to do that thing. We are going to do, said Sir Ulrich, a different thing. Jon looked along the line of trees to his right. The north was forming up behind him in the cold morning under his banner. 25,000 men, give or take 600 who had been lost to fevers and bad water on the road south. 8,000 of the Riverlands under Edmure Tully and the Blackfish on his right flank. 3,000 of the Reach loyalists who had come up out of the southern marches faster than Oberyn, under Lord Tarley, who had switched 5 days ago and had a stomach for an early arrival. To his left, on the higher ground in the trees, the mountain clans had been waiting since before dawn under 3 chiefs and a lot of complicated agreements. Ulrich, my lord, I am going to put the center on the stones the way he wishes me to. I am going to put 2,000 of the watch and not all of them. I am going to keep the rest back. I am going to put the river cavalry on the east flank with the Blackfish in front of the watch, where Jaime will see them and will see also that they are too thin to come around behind his own foot in time, and he will see that the Blackfish is in front of them. which will tell him that there is going to be a charge against the Watch, which there is not. I am going to take the mountain clans through the wood on the west. They are going to come down behind the wood at the far rise, on the far side of where Jaime is hidden, and they are going to put a third of his horse on the ground before he is out of the trees. The Great John and 3,000 northern lances will be in the wood behind the clansmen. When Jaime turns to engage what is behind him, he will not yet be aware that what is in front of him is also there. The rest of the northern horse, under Robb, will be at the eastern edge of the field, where Jaime cannot yet see them because there are stones, and because the rise hides them. They will come around the southern arc of the field at the trumpet, and they will close the gap between Jaime's horse and the Lannister foot. Jaime will be in a box. He may have time to get out of the box. He will not have time to get his 3,000 out of the box. And the foot. The foot on the stones will hold. 2 more hours. We will not press. We will not run. The Lannister foot after 2 hours will look up and not see horse coming around behind us, because the horse is not coming. They will look behind themselves and they will see Jaime's 3,000 on the ground or in flight, which will be worse. They will break before the 3rd hour. Tywin will not yet break. Tywin will pull back to a low ridge by the road and he will reset, and we will see what he resets with. The Watch will go home. The Westermen will go home, those that can. Tywin will go home to King's Landing with whatever he can pull out of the field. He will get there. We will not chase him onto the King's Road. We will not chase him at all. We will sit on this field and bury what we have to bury, and then we will follow him at a walking pace, and we will be at the walls of the city 10 days behind him, by which time Oberyn and the Reach will be at the southern gate. And you? Where do I sit, you mean? Where do you sit? Behind the foot, said Jon. On the rise above the road I will be visible. The men need to see me. I will not be the first thing in the battle. I will not be the last thing in the battle. I will not put my horse on the stones. Good. I will not, however, said Jon, sit a horse on a rise for 3 hours like a banner. I will come down to the foot at the end of the 1st hour when the line is fully engaged, and I will walk along behind the line on foot with Greatjon, and the men will see me. I will come back to the rise at the trumpet for Robb's charge. I have thought about this. The shape of it is important. The shape of it is important, Sir Ulrich said. I am the youngest man on the field who will give an order today. You are. They need to see me at the line. They will not see me there a second time today. They will see me there once. It will be enough. It will be enough. Greatjon Umber leaned in his saddle and laughed without sound, which was Greatjon's way of laughing at a thing he found pleasing. My prince, he said, you have the trick of it. I have read the books, said Jon. They were in Maester Aemon's room. I will tell him when we are in King's Landing that the books worked. He will be pleased. He will not say so, but he will be pleased. Jon looked along the line of the stones one last time. He took the helm from the squire at his stirrup. The helm had a wolf's head over the brow and a thin line of red enamel along the inside of the noseguard that no one would see from outside the helm, because the dragons were not yet on the outside of anything. Send the runners, my lord. The runners went out. In the 1st hour, the Lannister foot came across the stones, and the northern foot met them on the stones, and the line set the way an old door sets when it has been hung properly into a frame. Pikes went down. Axes came up. Men fell into the gaps between the stones, and other men stepped into the places where the men had fallen, and the line moved an inch one way and an inch another, and did not break. Robb Stark stood at his post on the eastern edge of the field with 3,000 lances under him and the trumpeter at his elbow, and his cousin's banner planted in the soft earth at his right boot, and he did not move. He watched the line on the stones. He watched the wood line on his left, where the city watch was standing in long lines of black and gold, and trying not to look as if they were waiting to be charged. He counted to 100 under his breath, as Sir Roderick had taught him to do in the yard at Winterfell. He counted to 100 again. He did not lift the trumpet. He had been told not to lift it until the runner came. In the wood to the west, Great John Umber crouched with 3,000 northern lances dismounted in the brush and waited. Ahead of him in the deeper trees, the mountain clansmen moved in the dark, soft way of mountain clansmen, who had been moving through their own woods in this fashion for 1,500 years, and had not, in 1,500 years, been at war on a stone field east of Harrenhal, and had not in 1,500 years been so quiet in any wood with which they were not familiar. The wood was familiar enough. A wood was a wood. The trees of the south did not move the way the trees of the Wolfswood moved, but a leaf was a leaf, and a step was a step. Jaime Lannister, on the far rise behind the same wood at the head of 3,000 of the best heavy horse in the realm, did not yet know that there were 2,400 small dark men in furs coming up behind him through the brush. He was looking at the line on the stones. He was looking at the eastern flank where the river cavalry was set against the watch. He was looking, in particular, at a young red-haired Stark heir on a black horse who had not yet moved, which was either patience or stupidity, and which was, in his estimation, more likely the second. "He will come at the watch on the trumpet," James said to his second, a Westerland's knight called Sir Adam Marbrand. "When he does, we go around the back of the watch and into the rear of the Stark's flank. We do not engage the watch. We do not engage Tully's river cavalry. We go through them. We hit the Stark's foot in the back of the line, which is the line on the stones, which is by this hour tired, my lord. Sound nothing. Wait for his trumpet, my lord." The trumpet did not come. A different sound came. It came from behind him, in the wood. And it was the sound that a wood made when it had stopped being a wood and had become a thing with men in it. There was the clipped, quick noise of a horse pulled up short, and then the quieter noise of a man dropping out of his saddle for a reason he had not chosen. Then a shout. Then a horn. It was not James' horn. He turned in his saddle. He saw behind him, on the far rise that he had thought was his, a moving line of gray and brown and patchwork wool coming out of the wood with axes and short spears. He saw behind that line the lances of the north in 3 blocks at the trot. "Wheel," he said. "My lord, wheel. Now. Forward of the wood, we will break out through the stones." The wheel was a beautiful thing. Jaime Lannister could wheel 3,000 heavy horse on a rise in less time than a man could finish a song. They wheeled. They came around. They began to move forward over the stones toward the far edge of the wood and out into the open field, and they would have made it if the open field had been open. It was not open. The river cavalry under the Blackfish had pulled out of its position on the eastern flank during the hour of the foot engagement, very slowly, in a careful broad turn, and it had ridden behind the cover of a fold in the ground east of the stones. And it had come up now along the southern arc of the field at the trumpet that Robb had finally blown, and it had closed the door. Jaime Lannister saw the closed door. He had seen in his life a great many doors close. He pulled his sword. He set his stirrups. "Form on me," he said. They formed on him. The Lannister cavalry went into the river cavalry in a single hard thrust at the gap between the stones and the rise, and the river cavalry held the gap the way a man holds a door against a thing that wishes to come in. The Blackfish was the man at the door. The Blackfish had been in the field at the Trident 15 years before, and had not let any horse through any gap he had been told to hold, and he did not now. He took a stroke across the upper arm in the first minute. He took a second stroke across the helm in the second minute. He stayed on his horse. He killed 3 men. He killed 5. He set his lance down when it broke and drew his sword. He was 43 years old. He fought like a man of 23, except that he did not waste strokes. Behind Jaime, Great John Umber came down out of the wood with 3,000 northern lances at the canter and put them into the rear of the Lannister cavalry. And the wedge that Jaime had formed broke at the back, and the back was where the trouble had been. Jaime turned in his saddle. He turned the wedge. The wedge tried to wheel a second time. It could not. A wedge that is being hit in the rear cannot wheel. The wedge began to come apart. Jaime Lannister fought through it for a quarter hour with a cold, clean rage that he had not used in 5 years, and had thought was no longer in him. He killed 7 men of the north in close work, and 4 men of the rivers in close work, and lost his horse and took another. He shouted his name twice, in case the men of the north wanted to come and take him, and the men of the north did want. And the second man who came took him through the leg with a spear and unhorsed him onto the stones. He came up on one knee. He set his sword down on the stones in front of him. "Tell the boy he killed me well," he said to the spearmen over him. "You are not dead. I am not yet. Then tell the boy he caught me clean. The dead part is a thing he and I will arrange later." The spearman, who was the second son of Lord Karstark and was 19 years old and had not yet been in a battle as large as this one, took the surrender of Jaime Lannister, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, on the field of stones, 2.5 hours after dawn. He took it with no idea how to take the surrender of a Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, because no one in the world had in living memory taken such a surrender, the office having been considered too sacred to be defeated. He worked it out as he went. He took the sword. He took the helm. He sent the man back through the line with a guard of 4 lances, and a writ on the back of a horse blanket scrawled in charcoal, because there had not been an opportunity for parchment. Tywin Lannister, watching the box close from his ridge a half-mile south of the stones, saw his son's banner drop and did not, in any visible way, react. "Pull the foot," he said to the captain at his elbow. "Pull them slowly. We are not running. We are leaving the field at a walk. Tell them this." "We are leaving the field at a walk, my lord. Walk." The captain ran to the line, in the way of a man told to convey a thing that was not the thing he was conveying. The Lannister foot pulled back from the stones in the next half-hour at something between a walk and not a walk. But it was not a rout, and the northern foot did not press them, because the order had come down the line from the rise to the foot to let them go. And the order had been signed in the hand of a 15-year-old prince who was, at that hour, walking up and down behind his own line on foot with Great John Umber at his shoulder, and the line had seen him, and the line had not broken. It had been enough. By the 5th hour after dawn, the field of stones was empty of the living. The dead were in piles where the lines had met, and the wounded were in carts behind the lines, and the Lannister foot was 3 miles down the road toward King's, landing in a long, slow column under Tywin Lannister, who had not lost his banner and had not lost his composure and had lost only 4,000 of his men. He had lost his son. He had not, when he had been told it on the ridge, said anything in particular. He had said, "Carry on," and the captain had carried on, and the order had gone down the line. Tywin had said "carry on" at his wife's deathbed. He had said "carry on" at the burning of Castamere. He had said "carry on" the morning he had been told that his second son had been born without legs and without one eye, and would not, even by the kindest reading, ever be a thing he could speak of in front of bannermen. "Carry on" was Tywin Lannister's prayer, and Tywin Lannister's prayer worked, in the way prayers worked for men who would not, on any account, kneel. On the ride south, in the soft middle of the afternoon, he reined in beside Sir Adam Marbrand. He had not, in the half-day of march, said 3 words. "Marbrand, my lord, send a bird to Casterly Rock. Tell them my son is in the hand of the Stark and is alive. Tell them I will not be sending a ransom yet. Tell them also that if the Stark sends a man with my son to my gates with a writ of release, I will not be opening the gates. Tell them I will be in King's Landing in a week, and I will be holding the city for the king for 100 days, and they are not to send me any reinforcement by any road for those 100 days. The rock is to stay where the rock is. Send the bird in this hand, my lord. And the second bird. My lord, to my daughter, my lord. Tell her her brother is in the hand of the wolves. Tell her this morning and from no other source. Tell her in this hand in the small clean letters she will recognize. The lion does not weep, the lion plans. She will understand the letter, she will not weep. My lord. Tywin Lannister put his heels to his horse and rode on. He did not look back at the field. He did not need to. He had known the shape of the field from before dawn. The shape that the field had taken in the afternoon was a different shape, and there was no use looking at it. Jon Snow rode down off his rise at the 6th hour. He rode along the eastern edge of the field where his cousin Robb was sitting his horse beside the unhorsed and bound figure of Jaime Lannister, who was on a wagon bed under a canvas with a maester at his leg. Jon did not dismount. Sir Jaime. My prince. You will be carried to Riverrun under guard. You will be in the maester's care until you can ride. You will be Edmure Tully's guest. You will not be ill-used. You will not be put in irons in the cells. You will be in a chamber. I will speak to your father about you when I am in the city. I will not ask him for ransom. I will ask him for terms. You will ask him for terms. I will. Jaime laughed once in the small, dry way of a man who had been waiting 15 years to find a thing funny. He will not give them to you. He will. He has lost his son today. He has not lost his other son or his daughter. He will give terms because he has plans for the other two. I have read the books, Sir Jaime. The books are not always wrong. I will tell my father you said so. You will. Jon turned his horse. He rode along the eastern arc of the field, and he came to the place behind the stones where the dead were being laid in long rows in the soft, turned earth. Septons from 3 armies and 2 faiths were moving down the rows with bowls and oils. The men dug. Other men sat at the edges of the rows with their hands in their laps and did not yet know what to do. He drew rein. He dismounted. He walked along the first row. He looked at each face in turn, the way Ned had taught him to look at a man whose name he did not know, which was that he looked at the face for the count of 3 breaths and committed it to a place in him that he kept for this purpose. He did not weep. He did not, in any visible way, do anything that the men along the row would have remembered him doing. At the 4th row, he stopped. The faces in the 4th row were Lannister faces, in red surcoats with the lion soaked dark on the chest. These also. He said to Sir Roderick Castle, who had ridden down with him, "My prince, these also will be buried in the field." Lannister men. They are mine now, Jon said. From this hour, they died on a field I will walk on for the rest of my life. I will not have them in a ditch. They are mine. Bury them with ours. Mark the row with a stone. Put the lion on the stone with the wolf. The Septons will understand. The men will understand. Tell them I have said so. My prince. He walked back to his horse. He mounted. He rode south along the King's Road with Ned at his right hand. And behind him the army of the north came back onto the road in its long, slow file. And at the head of the column, a quarter mile on, the small advance party reached the river before sundown. They crossed the Trident at the same ford that Robert Baratheon had crossed it the morning of the battle 15 years before. The water was low for the season. The stones at the bottom were the same stones. Jon Snow rode down into the water at the head of the column. The water came up over his boots and over the horse's hocks and into the cold air below his knees. He reined in the middle of the ford. He did not look at his uncle. He did not look at the men behind him. He looked at the water moving past the legs of the horse. There were no rubies in the river now. The peasants had taken them out of it years ago. The water at the bottom of the ford had a fine, pale gravel that the current shaped and reshaped against the stones. He rode out of the river on the south bank. The column came up out of the water behind him. The King's Road south to the city ran straight for 30 leagues from the south bank of the Trident, through fallow fields and through harvest fields, and through the empty cottages of smallholders who had pulled their hens off the road that morning and were watching from inside the trees. And at the end of the 30 leagues, beyond a long, low rise of yellow hills that had been called the Kingswood when there had still been a wood, the city stood with its 3 sets of walls and its red keep, and its sept and its iron throne. And Jon Snow rode toward it at the head of 80,000 banners under the white wolf and the red shadow. And the dust of the road came up off the column in a long, thin column of its own, visible from the southern hills by the noon of the next day. Chapter 7. The walls of the king, the army of the north, came down to the Blackwater under a clear, hard winter sun, and the army of Dorne and the Reach came up to the Blackwater under the same sun by a different road, and they met at the river the way 2 columns of water meet, slowly. At first only along the edges, then in the middle, then everywhere at once. There was no ceremony. Oberyn Martell rode out of his column with 12 riders and met Jon Snow at the river ford north of Tumbleton, and Jon Snow rode out of his column with the same number, and they reined in 3 lengths apart, with the river running between them. Oberyn took off his helm. He had a sand-yellow scarf knotted at his throat in the way of the Dornish horse. He had gray at his temples that he had not had 3 months before. "Cousin," he said, "uncle. They are calling me uncle now. They were calling me uncle a moon ago. I have not gotten used to it." "I will not get used to it." "You will." "I will not." Oberyn looked along the line of riders behind Jon. He looked at the small, dark man in plain green that was Sir Ulrich Wells, who sat his horse a little crooked because of his leg. Oberyn looked at the green for a long moment. He did not change his face. "That is a foolish color," he said, "on a man with that leg." "My lord," said Sir Ulrich. "Do not call me that, Sir Ulrich. I am embarrassed enough to be seeing you on a horse at all. I do not need you to do it with a my lord." "Then I will not, my prince." "You will not, my prince. You will call me a great many other things by the night of this war. You will not call me my lord." Oberyn put his helm back on. "How many of you?" Jon said. 30,000 of mine. 32 of the Reach. The Tyrells came down with us out of Highgarden. Mace at the head of his own banners, behind us by half a day. He will be in the line tomorrow. And Connington. Connington broke Storm's End 9 days ago. He is north of the Wendwater with 17,000. He turned 12,000 of the Stormlanders. Stannis lost the country he was born in 3 weeks ago. He has not been told yet in any way he will admit. He may know. He is a hard man to read about his own losses. Connington took Storm's End with the gates opened from inside. He did not say which man inside. He will not. He will not write any of it down. I do not think it was Renly's man. I think it was Selmy's. We will know later. The Stormlands are with us. 87,000, Jon said. Give or take 1,000. 87,000, said Oberyn. Give or take. That is the number we will fight under at the walls. The city has, by my counts, 25,000 under arms in some form. Of those, perhaps 8,000 are real soldiers. The rest are city watch and citizens, and the citizens will go inside when the gates close and will not stand on a wall. We will be at the walls in 4 days. We will be inside the walls in 6 if the gate opens, in 12 if it does not. It will open. Tell me how. Jon told him. He did not tell him in great detail. He told him enough. When he was done, Oberyn Martell put one hand inside his collar and pulled out a small silver phoenix on a chain that he had been wearing since the day his sister, Elia, had been buried in Sunspear. I have been carrying this, he said, for 15 years. I have not in 15 years said the name of the man who is going to be hung in front of this city by the end of the moon. I am not going to start saying it now. I will say it once in the throne room after the city is ours in front of him. In front of him. In front of him, said Oberyn. Then he will not be in front of anyone for very long after that. Jon did not look away. It will be done. Cousin, uncle. Oberyn smiled. He was not a man whose smile had a great deal in it. The smile he gave now had more. I will see you at the walls, he said. The city saw them come on the morning of the third day. They came along 3 roads. They came in 3 columns. They came under wolves and spears and grapes and dire wolves, and unfamiliar banners that some men on the walls knew and some did not. And they made a long, thin line across the southern arc of the Blackwater Valley that no man on any battlement of King's Landing had seen in 300 years, and which most of the men on the battlements had not entirely believed they were going to see in their lifetimes. The city watch officer on the southern barbican of the mud gate stood at his post for 2 hours and looked at the line. He counted as the maesters had taught him to count. He gave up at the second column. He went down the stair to the cellar of the gatehouse, where the captain of the gate was sleeping under a horse blanket, and he shook the captain awake and he said, "They are here," and the captain said, "I will be up," and he was up. Stannis Baratheon, in his solar in the Red Keep, was already up. Stannis Baratheon was always up. He had been up since before dawn the way he had been up before dawn every morning for 15 years, and his maester had brought him the bird from the southern road at the 4th hour, and Stannis had read it once and set it down on the table. Lord Tywin, my king. Are you in this room? I am. You are in this room every morning. You arrive an hour after I have begun. You leave an hour before I am finished. It has been so for 15 years. It has been so, my king. Today, perhaps, you will arrive on the hour and leave on the hour. There is much to be done. Today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Tywin said, I will arrive on the hour. Stannis looked at him. He looked at his hand of 15 years. He did not, in any visible way, distrust him. He distrusted him, but no man in his life had ever been able to point to a place in his face where the distrust lived, and so the distrust did not, by the only measure the realm cared about, exist. You have been at this for some weeks now, he said, my king. Tell me what we have. The walls. Said Tywin, our walls. The mud gate is the mud gate. The river gate is the river gate. The King's Gate is the King's Gate. The Lion Gate is the Lion Gate. The Dragon Gate is the Dragon Gate. The Iron Gate is the Iron Gate. The Gate of the Gods is the Gate of the Gods. They are 7 gates. They were built in the year of Aegon's conquest by men who had reasons to build them. They are good gates. We will man them with the watch and with the household guard, and with such bannermen as have come up out of the Crownlands and the Westerlands in the last 3 weeks, of whom there are 7,000 inside the city. We will hold each gate with 300 men, day and night, in 3 shifts of 100. We will man the walls between with the city watch. We will have, in reserve in the Red Keep yard, 2,000 under the Lord Commander Mandon Moore, who has had the white cloak since your brother fell. The cellars are stocked for 3 months. The wells are good. The Blackwater is broad and our chain is across it. They will not come into the city by ship. They may come by tunnel. We have the maps of the tunnels. The dragons drew them and the maesters have copied them, and the Brotherhood of the Watch has walked them in the last 2 weeks. They are sealed at the river end. They will not come by the tunnels. And the wall. They will come at the wall, my king. They will come at the wall in the long way of armies that have 87,000 men. They will come, and they will be turned, and they will come a second time, and they will be turned a second time, and on the 3rd or 4th try they will go up the wall in places, and we will throw them down, and on the 7th or 8th try, after we have lost some thousands of men, they will be over the wall in numbers, and the city will be in the streets, and the streets will not be ours. That is the wall, my king. We will hold for as long as we can hold. We will not hold forever. How long? 2 weeks, my king. 3. If the harvest in the Reach has been a poor one, which it has not, the Reach has been kept well by Olenna Tyrell, who has been getting ready for this for some years. The Reach is feeding the army that is now on our southern flank. And what is your plan, my Lord Hand? Beyond holding for 2 weeks, Tywin Lannister did not, ordinarily, look at his king when he answered a question. He looked at the wall behind the king's chair in the same place he had been looking for 15 years. He looked at it now. My plan, my king, he said, is to hold the city while the realm watches it held, and to deliver to the realm at the end of 2 weeks a defeat that is not a sack. We will not lose the small folk to fire. We will not lose the Sept. We will not lose the Merchant's Quarter. We will lose the Red Keep. We will lose, possibly, the Gold Cloaks. We will not lose the city. If the city goes into the hands of this pretender without being broken, the country has, at the end of this war, a king who has not destroyed his capital, which is a king the country can live under. If the city is broken in the taking, the country has a sacker on the chair, which the country cannot live under. We will give him a quiet defeat. He will sit a chair on top of a city that still works. That is my plan. Stannis was quiet for a long count of breaths. You will permit me, my Lord Hand, to point out that you have just described in plain words the surrender of my crown to a pretender. I have. And that the king of the realm does not, ordinarily, like to hear his hand describe his surrender. He does not. You are still my hand. I am. Get out, my king. Get out, Lord Tywin. Sit in your tower. Be useful in any way you can be. I will not see you in this solar today. I will not see you on the wall. I will not see you in any room I am in, until I am in the throne room when he comes to take it, at which point you will stand at my right hand, in the place you have stood for 15 years, and you will watch what I do with the chair you are surrendering. Out. My king. Tywin Lannister bowed. He bowed neither too deeply nor too shallowly. He had been bowing to Stannis Baratheon for 15 years, and he had not, in 15 years, given the bow more weight or less weight than the day demanded. He gave it no more weight today. He went out. In the corridor, he laid one finger against the back of the steward at the door very briefly on a place between the shoulder blades that the steward knew to feel for. The steward did not turn, my lord. Tonight, Tywin said, after the king has been put to bed, the horses at the postern. My lord. 2 boys, 2 girls, 3 women with the wet nurse for the youngest, Cersei, Joffrey, Tommen, Miachella. The River Road to Tumbler's Falls, then west. They will be at the Gold Road in 3 days, from the Gold Road to the Rock in 5. The escort is from the Tower of the Hand and no other. The bannermen at the Lion Gate are not to be told. The captain at the postern is one of Kevin's. He knows, my lord. And you will be on the 3rd horse, my lord. You will be on the 3rd horse. You will ride with them. You will be a steward at Casterly Rock for the rest of your life. You will not return to King's Landing. You will sleep tonight in the bed at the rock that has my brother Kevin's seal on the door. You will not see me again. Do you understand me, my lord? Good. Tywin Lannister did not look at the steward again. He went down the corridor toward the Tower of the Hand. He walked as he had walked for 15 years. He did not, in any way that a watcher could have named, change his step. By the next dawn, 3 things had happened in King's Landing that the city would later remember as the things that had happened. The first was that the steward at the Tower of the Hand, who was a man of 45 who had been born in Lannisport and who had served the Lord Tywin for 20 years, rode out the postern at the 2nd hour of the morning with 3 women and 2 boys and a girl on horses under a small escort of household guards who wore no colors. The riders went west on the River Road. The captain at the postern did not log them. The second was that Lord Tywin Lannister, hand of the king of 15 years, who had not been seen on a horse in the city since the year of his arrival, was seen by a single sentry at the postern gate at the 3rd hour of the morning, mounted, in a plain brown cloak with a small leather case at his saddle and no servant at his side. He passed the sentry without speaking. The sentry, who was one of Kevan Lannisters, did not log him either. He rode west. The third was that an old man in a long robe of black moved through the lower passages of the Red Keep at the 4th hour of the morning with a torch in his hand, by a route that no Maester in the city had on his maps. And he came out in a tunnel that ended in a small stone door behind the iron grate at the back of the mud gate, and he opened the grate with a key he had been carrying inside his sleeve for 15 years, and he stood in the open grate, looking out at the Blackwater in the small, thin dawn. And he did not move for some hours. When he was found there at sunrise, the captain of the mud gate did not order him taken. The captain of the mud gate had been promoted from sergeant the previous evening when his predecessor had drunk himself into a fever, and the captain of the mud gate had, for 15 years, taken his pay from 2 pouches, one of which had been the city's and one of which had been the old man's. He stood beside the old man at the grate. "The price is the same," the old man said. "I do not negotiate at the gate. My lord Varys, I am not negotiating. You are deciding. I am deciding. Decide quickly. They will be at the wall at the 8th hour. The grate will be opened at the 7th by you or by no one. If by you, the city stands. If by no one, the city burns in the small ways and the large, and you and I will be in it. We are very old men, Captain. Old men do not enjoy fire." The captain of the mud gate took the key from Lord Varys's hand. "I will open it at the 7th, he said. "Wonderful, Lord Varys." "Yes, Captain. You will be in the room when he sits the chair." "I will be in the room when he sits the chair." "And what will you tell him of me?" "I will tell him," said Varys, "that the captain of the mud gate of King's Landing was a man whose name I knew, and whose price I knew, and whose hand was on the key that opened the way out of 15 years of bad arrangement. I will tell him this is the kind of man whose name the realm wants in the 2nd list of names, after the 1st list of names, which is the list of men who do not get rewarded twice in one lifetime. My lord. The 2nd list will be enough, Captain. You will eat well in it, my lord." Varys went back into the tunnel. At the 7th hour, the grate behind the mud gate opened. At the 7th hour and a quarter, the small stone door inside the grate opened. The door had been built 400 years before by the masons of Aegon the Conqueror as an inspection door for the river Drain, and had been forgotten, then remembered, then forgotten again, then bought, then forgotten, then bought back, by men whose names had not always been in the public ledger. It was wide enough for a single man to walk through abreast. It opened on a passage that came up at the base of the mud gate, inside the city, and exited beside the customs hut. The first man through the door was a Stormlander in the colors of nobody, with a short axe and a dagger and a folded white cloth in his belt. The second was a Reach Knight in the green of Tarley. The third was a sergeant of the North under the Wolf, with 5 men behind him. By the time the 8th hour bell rang in the Sept of Baelor, there were 200 armed men inside the customs hut, and 100 more in the open street outside it, and 300 more coming through the passage at a steady walk in pairs. The captain of the mud gate at the 8th and a half gave the order to open the gate from the inside. The bar came up. The gates swung in. 87,000 banners did not pour through the gate. That was not the plan. The plan was that the gate would be open, and that the city would see it open, and that the city would understand. The first banners through were the 3 companies that had been at the gate since the dawn, 1,000 men, under the Great John's nephew, with orders not to engage but to hold the gate against the city watch, and against any household force that came down out of the Red Keep. The 1,000 men under the Great John's nephew were enough. The watch on the wall above the mud gate did not, as a body, fight them. They had been told they were going to fight. They had been told for 2 days they were going to fight, and they had nodded along with their captains, who had nodded along with their officers, who had drawn their pay from 2 pouches and had spent the night before, in conversation with men in their barracks who had brought small canvas sacks of coins and had named names. The watch on the wall above the mud gate watched the gate open and laid down their pikes in the slow, careful way of men who had decided to be on the right side of a thing on the morning the thing happened. By the 10th hour, 3 of the 7 gates were open. By the 12th, 5. By sundown, the city was in Jon Snow's hand, except for the Red Keep on the hill. The hill was, by sundown, walled by Connington's Stormlanders on the south side and by Oberyn's spears on the east side and by the northern foot on the western road. And the Red Keep stood inside its own walls inside this larger ring like a stone in a fist. Nobody had yet gone in. The gates of the Red Keep were shut. The banners over the keep were Baratheon banners. The men inside, by the Maester's count, numbered between 4,000 and 6,000, and the man in the throne room had not, in the long day, sent any messenger out. Renly Baratheon had sent a messenger out at the 11th hour. He had been caught 2 streets from the keep, in a wine shop, in a green cloak that did not match his usual cloaks, sitting at a table at the back with a goblet of southern red and 3 men who had been paid to ride hard to Bitterbridge on his behalf. The men were on horses in an alley behind the shop. Renly had not yet drunk the goblet. He had not, in the count of the men who had been watching the shop for him for 2 days, ever drunk a goblet in a wine shop in his life. He had ordered the wine to be polite to the wineseller. He had been folding a letter to his mother-in-law when the door opened. He set the goblet down. He did not rise, "My lord." He said to the captain who came through the door, a long, lean Dornishman with a hawk feather in his helm who had been Oberyn's middle son and was called Lewin after his great uncle, "My lord Baratheon, you have caught me badly. My prince says you are to be brought to the keep." "Brought is a good word. It is the only word I have, my lord. Then it is the word we will use." Renly stood. He set down the letter. He set down the goblet. He looked at the wineseller who was standing in the doorway behind the captain. "Drink the wine, my lord, drink it. I have not poisoned it. I will not be coming back for it. Drink it. It is a Dornish red, and you have charged me for an arbor, my lord." Renly walked out of the wine shop in his green cloak with 3 Dornish riders at his shoulder. The wineseller, after a long count of breaths, drank the wine. By midnight, the gates of the Red Keep had been opened from the inside by a man who had been the second steward of the kitchens for 9 years, who had not been paid by any of the pouches anyone in the keep had heard about, and who had grown up in the lower city under a roof that had been burned by Tywin Lannister's men during the year of the rebellion, when he had been 7 years old, and his mother had been under the roof. He had not, in 23 years of service in the kitchens, mentioned this to any Maester or any Septon. He had not mentioned it to any captain. He had mentioned it, twice in his life, to 2 men who had asked, and one of those men had been Lord Varys, and the other had not. And the man who had not been Lord Varys had been a tall, lean man in a brown cloak who had bought him a cup of brown ale in a back street near the Sept 12 days before, and had said, "If there is a night the gate is to be opened from inside, you will know it. And the man who opens it will be a man whose mother is in the ground under a roof that is not there. The second steward of the kitchens opened the gates at the 12th hour. The northern foot came up the hill. The Dornish came up the hill behind them. The Stormlanders held the lower walls. Jon Snow went up the hill on foot at the head of 200 men. He went into the keep at the 1st hour of the next morning, by the long marble hall that ran from the great doors to the throne room, with Arthur Dayne on his good leg 3 paces behind his right shoulder, and Robb Stark 3 paces behind his left, and a column of 240 men behind them, and no shouting. The doors of the throne room were open. They had not been shut. He went through them. Stannis Baratheon, the first of his name, king of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the first men, sat on the iron throne in a black surcoat with a stag of gold on the breast, and a sword across his knees that had been Steffon Baratheon's sword, and which was the only sword Stannis Baratheon owned that he had not bought himself. He did not stand. He did not, in any way that a watcher would have remembered, do anything when Jon Snow came through the doors and walked the long marble floor toward the chair. He waited until Jon was at the foot of the dais. Then he spoke. "You are late, my king. You are very late. I have been on this chair since the 2nd hour. It is now the 1st hour after midnight. I have waited 11 hours for a man to come and ask me to step down from it. You are the only man who has come. There were others I had expected. The others did not come, my king. Stop calling me that." Jon did not. "My king," he said, "I have come to ask you to step down from the chair." Stannis Baratheon laid his palms flat on the stag pommels of the iron throne in the way every man before him had laid his hand on those pommels. He did not, immediately, answer. Chapter 8. The Iron Throne. Stannis Baratheon let the silence hold for the count of 4 breaths. He had been counting since the doors had opened. It was a habit he had picked up from his older brother, and had not been able to set down, and it had grown on him over the years into something quieter than a habit and more like a way of having a body. He counted breaths in a council and breaths at a small dinner and breaths in the long hour before sleep, and he had always been able to find a use for the count. He found one now. He looked along the throne room. There were 300 men in the throne room. Most of them were not Stannis's. About 30 of them were Stannis's, the household guard who had not, in the long day, gone out with any of the runners, and a few of the king's stewards, and 3 maesters who had not fled. The rest were Jon Snow's. They had come up the long marble floor in 3 columns and had spread along the bases of the dragon skull stands and along the walls. They were silent. They had been told to be silent, and they were. At the foot of the dais stood 3 men. The first was Ned Stark of Winterfell, in gray and white, with ice across his shoulder in a way no man wore ice in a throne room because it was a sword that did not, by long northern custom, come into rooms where rooms had been built for thrones. He had brought it anyway. He had not, in 15 years, ridden anywhere of consequence without it. The second was a man in plain green wool with a wooden walking stick that he held in his right hand and a bare sword that he held in his left. The sword carried point down by his side, as a man carried a sword he was not, that day, going to use. The sword was a plain sword. The man's face was a face that no man in the room had reason to know. The third was Jon Snow. Jon Snow had taken off his helm. He had taken off his cloak. He stood in mail and a black surcoat with the white wolf at his breast and the red shadow beneath it. And his sword was sheathed, and his hair was wet at the temples from the long hill up to the keep. And he had on his face the small, calm look that Maester Aemon had once described as the only thing in the boy that no man could teach a boy. Stannis looked at him. The iron throne under Stannis's hands was, in the count of breaths, very cold. "Speak, then," Stannis said. Jon spoke. "I am Aegon of House Targaryen," he said, "the second of that name in my father's line. I am the son of Prince Rhaegar of House Targaryen, and of Lyanna of House Stark, born to them in a tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne, on the 7th day of the 7th moon of the 15th year of the reign of my grandsire, Ares II. My mother and father were wed by Septon Maynard of the Sept of the Stars in the Reach, by a writ of polygamy precedent of Aegon the Conqueror, and by a writ of annulment of my father's earlier marriage, signed in the same hand of the same High Septon. Both writs are in this room. They are in the keeping of Lord Eddard Stark. They are also in the keeping of Prince Doran Martell of Sunspear, who has the original of each, sealed in his undervaults under his hand for 15 years. The Septon who signed them is in Oldtown among the most devout and is alive. He will swear before any court in the realm on any god the court would prefer. Witnesses at the marriage and at my birth are Howland Reed of Greywater Watch, who is in this room, and Sir Arthur Dayne, late of the Kingsguard and called the Sword of the Morning, who is in this room. By the writs and by the witnesses, I am the legitimate son of the heir of Aerys Targaryen by the lawful blood of his mother. I am, by these things, the lawful king of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. I have come tonight, Stannies of House Baratheon, to ask you to step down from the chair you sit on, which was never yours, which was your brother's by no law a man could carry into court, and which has been held in trust for me by the realm and by Lord Tywin Lannister and by you. Knowingly or unknowingly for 15 years, step down. Stannies Baratheon did not move. He looked at the man in the green wool. Sir Arthur Dayne, my king, you died. I did not, my king. I was reported as having died. I did not correct the report. I am, however, by sight of any man who knew me, alive. There is, behind me on the floor of this hall, a Dornish knight in the 2nd rank with hair the color of Sir Lewin Martell, who served beside me as a Kingsguard for 16 years, and who is, I believe, ready to come forward and confirm to you that I am the man I am. I would prefer that I be permitted to remove my helm, and that he be permitted to come forward to look at me, and that this be done quietly, and that what is being asked of you tonight not be obscured by the question of whether or not Arthur Dayne is in this room. He is. He is. I am. Stannies nodded, very slightly. He did not, in any way that the room would have noted, acknowledge a thing. Lord Howland Reed. My king. Howland Reed came forward from the 2nd rank. He was a very small man, and he had been a very small man in the year of the Tower of Joy, and he had not grown. He held in his hand a book bound in faded leather. He laid the book on the marble at the foot of the dais. He did not open it. He did not need to. Stannies Baratheon looked at the book. He did not pick it up. He looked at Jon Snow. "You have built a case," he said. "I have built a case. You have built a case the way a man builds a case when he is, at the end, going to put my head on a spike whether the case is good or whether the case is bad. Because he has 80,000 men in my city and 7 gates of my city open to him, and I have 800 men with me in this hall who have not gone home tonight only because their captains are in the room and they wish to be paid in the morning. I have built a case," said Jon, "because I do not wish, when I sit the chair, to sit it on a question. I wish to sit it on a writ. I wish, when the country looks up at me, to look down at the country and find in the country no man who can say, 'The king sits on my brother's chair.' I wish the king to be on the chair the king sits on. I do not wish your head on a spike, Stannies of Baratheon. I have not wished it any night of my life. I do not wish it tonight. What do you wish? I wish you to step down from the chair. I wish you to go to the wall. I wish you to take the black. And the black of the night's watch is a black that wipes a man's past away, and gives him a new and useful life among the only men in the country who do not, by oath, care about whose son a man was. The wall has 678 men in it tonight, by the last roster. It used to have 4,000. The wall could use a man of your habits. The wall could use, in particular, a man who reads the law of Daron the first each morning to his Meister and who has not, in 15 years, missed a morning of it. The wall is the law. You will like the wall. You will not be happy at the wall, Stannies Baratheon. You have never been happy in any place where a king has lived. You will, however, be useful at the wall, and you will be alive, and your daughter will not be made an orphan by my hand. Take it, and if I do not. If you do not, you will not leave the dais alive. I will not leave the room alive either in some other order of things. I have made arrangements for both. I would prefer the arrangement in which we both leave. You have made arrangements for the dais. I have. With whom? With the men who came in with me, with the men who are at the doors. With Sir Arthur Dayne, who has stood at the foot of dais like this one before. With Lord Eddard Stark, who was at the foot of this one 15 years ago and is now at the foot of it again. With Great John Umber and Lord Manderley, who are at the doors. With Oberyn Martell, who is on the lower stair waiting for me to give him a name that he will, after I give it to him, no longer have to wait 15 years to say. The Mountain. The Mountain. Tywin's man. Your man, while he has been in the city in your name, Stannis Baratheon, although I do not lay it at your door. He was Tywin's before he was yours. I will lay him at Tywin's door when Tywin and I are at a table. Tonight, he is on the lower stair, and Oberyn Martell is waiting. Stannis Baratheon looked at Jon Snow for a long moment. You will not chase Tywin to the rock. I will not chase Tywin to the rock. Why? Because the rock has provisions for 2 years, said Jon. And because Tywin is 64 years old and will not, in the count of the Meisters who have ever read his bones, live another 4. I am 15. He can have the 4 years. He can have them in the rock. He will spend them watching me, and he will not, in those 4 years, make a fool of me, because he has read about himself and he has read about me. And he is a careful enough man to know that he has, on the long count, met another careful man. If he sends a single rider east of Lannisport, I will burn the rock. He knows it. He will not send the rider. You have read about him. I have read about him. He has read about you, he has. And you have settled, he has settled, I have settled. How? Through Varys, who told him before midnight what I would offer him. Through Tyrion, who is on the road north and will be in this room within a fortnight, and who will tell me what his father is willing to live in the rock with. Through a series of small steps that I have taken to make sure that Tywin Lannister will be more useful to me in the rock than dead in the streets of his own city. Tywin is in the rock by now. He has not slept since he left the postern. He will not sleep tonight either. He will write a letter in the morning. The letter will be addressed to me. The letter will be on the table at the foot of this chair within the moon's turn. We will not chase him. And the Queen, Cersei, with her children in the 3rd hour of the morning, out the same postern as her father by his arrangement. To the rock. She will be at the rock for the rest of her life, I think. Renly will be at Storm's End under Lord Connington's eye for the rest of his. Joffrey will live. Tommen will live. Miechella will live. I do not put hands on children. Stannis closed his eyes for the count of 3 breaths. He opened them. I have 1 daughter, he said. She is on Dragonstone with her mother. You know this. I know this. What will you do with her? Nothing, said Jon. She will be the Lady of Dragonstone in her own right, after you, with her mother as regent until she comes of age. And she will be a vassal of the king the way the Velaryons have been for 3 centuries. And she will not be married off by my hand to any man she does not consent to. And she will not be displaced from her inheritance. She will not, in particular, be brought to King's Landing. She will be left alone. Your wife will be left alone. They will not be tools. They have been tools in this country for some time. They have not been mine. They will be. They will not be. I have given you my word in front of 300 men. I will give it to you in writing in any hand you wish. I will give it to you on the 7, on the old gods, on the Lord of Light, on any god that ever stood at the back of any king in this country. They will be left alone. Stannis lifted his hands from the stag pommels. He looked at the sword across his knees. My brother's sword, he said. Yes. He died with this sword across his bed. I have carried it for 15 years. I have not in 15 years drawn it. I drew it tonight in the 2nd hour. I drew it because I thought I would be using it. I am not, perhaps, going to use it. You are not going to use it. I have not yet decided. Decide. Stannis Baratheon was 36 years old. He looked in the long, slow lamplight of the throne room, all 66 of the years it had been said for some time that he carried. His face had not in 2 decades learned a smile, and it had not in this hour learned one either. He looked at the sword. He looked at the chair under him. He looked along the throne room at the men at the doors, and at Ned Stark, and at Arthur Dayne, and at the bare sword that Dayne held point down at his side. And the small, dry, slow look on Dayne's face that was the look of a man who had stood beside a king on this dais and had stood opposite one, and was not tonight going to do either. He looked last at Jon Snow. "You will not put me in a cell. I will not. You will not put me in chains on the road to the wall. I will not. You will permit me to ride my own horse. You will ride your own horse. You will permit me to take a single chest with the law books of Daron and the law books of my brother and the small library of statutes I have built in this room. You will take the chest, and you will swear to me one thing more. Name it. You will not crown yourself in this hall until I am at the wall. You will not do it tonight. You will not do it tomorrow. You will not do it in this hall while I am yet in the same room with the chair. You will sit the chair, if you must, in another hall until I am out of the city. I will leave at dawn. You will sit the chair the day after that. Will you swear?" "I will swear." Stannis Baratheon stood. He stood the way he had sat, slowly, without theater, with both hands flat against the wide stag pommels as he came up out of the seat. He laid the sword down across the seat behind him. He looked at it. He did not pick it back up. He turned to face the room. "Hear me," he said. The room was, in the long count of breaths, quiet. "I am Stannis of the House Baratheon," he said. "I have sat the iron throne of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros for 15 years. I have, in those 15 years, kept the peace of the realm, by such measure as the realm has had peace. I have signed the laws of my office. I have collected the taxes of my office. I have not, in those 15 years, been loved by the realm, which is a thing of no concern to me, since love was not the office. I have not, in those 15 years, been respected by the realm in the way kings are respected, which is a thing of more concern. I have done my work. I have done it as well as I have known how." He stepped down one step of the dais. "I have heard, this hour, a case for a writ I had not heard of before this hour. I have heard the case in front of 300 men of the country I have ruled. I am not a man of law. I am a man of the law as it has been read to me. The case I have heard in this hour, if it is the case it appears to be, is a case that no court in the country will rule against. I am not, therefore, going to ask any court in the country to rule for me on it. I am going to step down from the chair of my office. I am going to leave the city by horse at dawn. I am going to the wall. I am taking the black. I am no longer king of anything. The man behind me on the dais is the king. He is, by writ and by witness and by the work of my hand of 15 years, who is not in this room and is not coming back to this room, the king of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Hear him." He stepped down a second step. He stepped down a third. He came down off the dais and walked past Jon Snow without looking at him. He walked along the marble floor with his shoulders set the way they had been set for 15 years. He went out the doors of the throne room without speaking another word, with 2 of his own household at his shoulder and 4 of the northern guard behind them. And he did not, in any way that the men in the room would later remember, do anything else. The sword of Steffon Baratheon lay across the seat of the Iron Throne. Jon Snow went up the dais. He picked up the sword. He held it in his hand for the count of 3 breaths. He laid it on a step of the dais, point upward, the way a king who was leaving a chair to his successor had once laid down a sword that he wished to be remembered for. He did not sit. He did not yet. He turned to the room. "Bring me," he said, "the carved spear." A man in the second rank stepped forward. He had a small bundle of cloth in his hand. He came up to the dais, and he set the bundle down on the step beside the sword, and he unwrapped it. The bundle held a carved olive spear, a child's toy spear, polished by a thumb that had run along it for many years. Jon picked it up. He stood at the foot of the chair with the spear in his hand. "This came up to Winterfell on a melon cart on a winter's morning," he said. "It was sent to me by Doran Martell of Sunspear in the 15th year of his patience. I would like to be reminded when I sit this chair that this came first. The patience came first. The spear came first. The wolf came after. The dragon will come last." He set the spear down on the same step as Steffon Baratheon's sword. He laid them parallel. He stepped up onto the seat of the Iron Throne. He sat. The hall did not, for the count of 7 breaths, do anything. Then the men along the walls began to kneel, in the slow, staggered way of men who had not been told to kneel and were not quite sure who was going to kneel first. Great Jon Umber knelt first. Lord Manderly knelt second. Oberyn Martell came up the marble floor from the doors and knelt third, at the foot of the dais, with his palms open on his thighs and his head not bowed, because the Martells did not bow their heads to any man who was not their own. Howland Reed knelt fourth. Edmure Tully fifth. Sir Arthur Dayne knelt with both hands on the cross of his sword, in the small, stiff way of a man with a leg that did not bend. Ned did not kneel. Ned, by long arrangement with his nephew, did not kneel. He came up the dais on the other side and stood at Jon's right shoulder, in the place where the hand of the king stood, although no pin had yet gone on his cloak. Jon Snow sat on the chair for the count of 20 breaths and did not move. He laid his palms on the stag pommels of the chair, which had been there since his great-grandsire Aegon, the unworthy, had ordered them as a way to mock the line of Durin Godscreef, and which were the only thing in the chair that did not, in some way, belong to his blood. He looked out into the room. He spoke after a long count. "That was the easier thing," he said. Ned did not answer. "The next thing is harder," Jon said. Ned, after a moment, laid one hand on the back of the chair, the way Tywin Lannister had laid his hand on the back of the chair behind King Stannis only the morning before. "You will not be alone in it," he said. "I know," Jon said. He stood up off the chair, because no man sat the Iron Throne in his first hour for longer than 20 breaths if he had any sense, since the Iron Throne had been built by Aegon the Conqueror to cut a king who was not careful and had, in 3 centuries, done so to a number of kings who had not been. He stepped down off the dais beside the sword of Steffon Baratheon and the carved olive spear of Doran Martell. He walked out of the throne room with his uncle at his right hand and Arthur Dayne 3 paces behind him on a stick, and the men along the wall stood as he passed. He had been king for the length of one sitting, and he had not yet been crowned, and the city outside was the city he had taken in a day, and the first dawn of his reign was 4 hours off. Chapter 9. A realm of wolves and dragons, the crown was placed on Jon Snow's head in the great sept of Baelor at the 11th hour of the morning. 2 days after Stannis Baratheon had ridden out of King's, landing on the Kingsroad, north under a guard of 6 northern lances, and a writ that named him Brother of the Watch, with effect from the moment his foot touched the soil south of the wall. The crown was a circlet of dark iron set with a thin band of red gold in the inner ring, made overnight by a smith of the Street of Steel from the iron of the chair the king had vacated, and the gold of a chain that the king's grandsire Aegon V had once worn around his neck. The High Septon spoke the words. The High Septon, who had been sent for from a small sept in the Crownlands 4 days before, because the man who had been High Septon under Stannis had not, in the long day before the throne room, been found, spoke the words in a clean, steady voice. He did not, in any visible way, judge. There were 1,100 people in the sept of Baelor. There were 300 more on the steps outside and 2,000 more in the square below. The Sept had, in the year of the rebellion, held the funeral of Aerys Targaryen with 37 mourners, and the coronation of Stannis Baratheon with 312. The Sept had not been full since the day Aegon the Conqueror had laid his sword on the altar after the burning of Harrenhal. It was full this morning. The people had been told to come. The people had been told that the king who had come down out of the north had asked the people to come. The people had come, in the very large numbers that come when a king who has not yet been bad has asked. Jon Snow knelt at the altar in plain black wool over plain black hose with no embroidery and no chain, and his hair tied back at the nape with a single black ribbon. And the High Septon laid the iron circlet on his head, and he stood, and he turned to face the Sept. And he held up no hand and made no speech, because the speech was for the throne room and not for the Sept. The Sept clapped. The Sept clapped for the count of 3 minutes, in the slow, halting way of a city that had not been certain in the morning whether it would clap, which had decided to. He walked out of the Sept on his uncle's arm. He had laid the back of his hand against his uncle's forearm in the marble vestibule before the doors had opened, and Ned Stark had laid his hand on top of his nephew's, in the small private way of an uncle who had been pretending for 15 years that the nephew was the son. "Steady," Ned said very quietly as the doors opened. "Steady," said Jon. They walked out. The small council met for the first time that afternoon in the chamber off the throne room that had been Aerys Targaryen's council room and then Stannis Baratheon's council room, and was now, by Jon's plain word, the king's council room. There were 7 seats at the table. The first was the hands. The pin had not yet been placed, but the seat was Doran Martell's. He had not yet arrived in King's Landing. He was on the road from Sunspear in a covered litter under a slow guard, but the seat was his. Oberyn Martell sat in it for him today in his brother's place, in the formal way that Oberyn sat anywhere formal, which was that he sat sideways with one boot up on a stool and a cup in his hand. The second seat was the Master of Laws. Ned Stark sat in it. The third was the Master of Coin. The seat was empty. They had not yet agreed on a name. 2 had been proposed. One was Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor, who had a head for figures and a long history of trading houses up and down the Eastern Sea. The other was a man Varys had named who was a factor of the Iron Bank in Bravos and who would, by Varys's word, accept the office in exchange for terms. The terms had not yet been transmitted. The seat was empty until they were. The fourth was the Master of Ships. Davos Seaworth of Cape Wrath sat in it, in a plain brown doublet with no chain. He had been Stannis Baratheon's smuggler before he had been Stannis Baratheon's man. And he had been Stannis Baratheon's man for 12 years. And he had ridden out of King's Landing with Stannis on the Kingsroad, north, only to come back 2 days later by a hard ride west on his own. He had told the new king, on the steps of the Red Keep at dawn, that he would serve the chair if the chair would have him, because Stannis had told him to. Jon had named him to the small council inside an hour. The name had been Stannis's choice. The new king had not seen any reason to refuse it. The fifth was the Master of War, which was a new office, and which Jon had created the previous evening because he had not wished to put any of his own commanders into a place where one of them would have, by virtue of the office, become the man who answered for all of them. The Master of War would, by his definition, be a man who was not from the houses that had marched. Jon had named to it Sir Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, who had served under 3 kings now and had a name on no chessboard. The Blackfish had agreed by single sentence. The sixth was the Master of Whisperers. Varys sat in it, in the same robe he had been wearing for 15 years, with the same expression on the round, soft face, with no visible chain at his neck because his chain was small and silver and worn under the robe. The seventh was the Grand Maester. Pycelle had been escorted to a small cell beneath the Tower of the Hand the previous evening, and had not been brought up for the council. The seat was held on this first day by Maester Aemon of Winterfell, by Jon's request, until a proper conclave of Maesters could be called from Old Town and the office settled. Aemon had been carried into the chamber by his steward and was sitting in the high wooden chair, very thin under his black robe, with his white hands folded. Jon sat at the head. He did not sit in the chair Stannis had used. He had moved the chairs the night before. He had pulled the king's chair from the head of the table to the foot of the table and the foot of the table to the head, in a small private rearrangement that had nothing to do with the table, and everything to do with the way the king and the hand sat in relation to each other. The hand now sat at his right hand. He sat where the council had sat. The 7 faces around him were not, by this seating, looking up at him. They were looking at each other across him. He had read about it in a book. The book had not had the seating in it. The seating was his. "My lords," he said. "My king," said Oberyn lazily with the cup. "We have, by my count, 14 things to do today. We will do 6 of them at this table. We will do 4 of them in writing in the hour after this table. We will do 4 of them tomorrow. The first thing we will do at this table is hear the terms from Casterly Rock." He laid a parchment on the table. "Lord Tywin's hand," he said, "by Raven in the small hours of the night. I have read it twice. I have not read it to anyone else. I will read it to you now, all 7 of you. I would ask that no man in this room, after we leave it, speak of the contents of this letter to any other man until I have given leave. Lord Varys, this includes your birds, my king. It particularly includes your birds, my king." Jon read the letter. The letter had been written in Tywin Lannister's own hand. It was a single page. It did not begin with a greeting, because Tywin Lannister did not waste the head of a page on greeting. It began with the terms. The terms were these. House Lannister would acknowledge Jon of House Targaryen as the lawful king of the 7 kingdoms, by writ of polygamy precedent of Aegon the Conqueror, and by writ of annulment of his father's earlier marriage, and would swear loyalty by oath to be sworn in person at any place the king would name within the next moon's turn. House Lannister would yield Lannisport and the western coast to the king's custom officers. House Lannister would, in exchange, retain Casterly Rock and the banner houses of the Westerlands as they had been held by Lord Tywin's father and grandfather. The hand's pin would not, in any year of Jon's reign, go onto a Lannister cloak, nor would any Lannister sit any office of the small council during Lord Tywin's lifetime. Lord Tywin would, however, be permitted to write privately to the king on matters of the realm, and the king would acknowledge the receipt of the letters by such return as the king saw fit. House Lannister would pay, in 2 installments at the year, and at the 3rd year, the sum of 3 million gold dragons toward the rebuilding of King's Landing and the discharge of the crown's debts to the Iron Bank, on condition that the crown would not pursue any further restitution from the Westerlands in the lifetime of Lord Tywin's son Jaime. House Lannister would, in addition, surrender to the king the person of the mountain that rides, Sir Gregor Clegane, who was at Casterly Rock under household arrest, for trial in King's Landing for the murder of Princess Aelia of Dorne and her children at the sack of King's Landing in the year of the rebellion. The mountain would be sent east under guard within 7 days of the receipt of the letter. There was, at the bottom of the page in Tywin's smaller, cleaner hand, "The lion does not weep. The lion will, however, plan. My son Jaime is in your hand. I would prefer him in mine. I will pay what you ask for him within reason. I will not pay what you ask for him without reason." The price you have not yet named will be the price we will agree on, if you have the patience to wait 3 days for me to read your letter, and not 3 hours. I have seen, in this country, a great many men who would not wait 3 days. I have not yet seen one who has both 15 years and patience. You may be the one. I will know within the moon. John laid the letter down. He looked at the table, my lords. The table was quiet for the count of 3 breaths. Oberyn Martell took his boot off the stool. He set the cup down. He did not, in any way that the table had seen him do anything in 20 years, do anything quickly. He laid both his palms on the table. Cousin, uncle. I have said the name once tonight in the throne room. I have said it for the last time in any room. I have said it to the cellars of the old palace. I have said it to my brother for 15 years. I have said it to my dead sister in the godswood at Sunspear. I have not said it on any morning when there was a god to hear it. I will not say it again. The man comes east under guard. The man stands trial in this room. The man dies. The price for that man is your acceptance of the rest of these terms, and your acceptance of the rest of these terms is the price for that man, and the two are one price. We will take it. We will take it. My king, Lord Eddard. Ned read the letter. He laid it back down. The terms, he said, are the terms a careful man writes when he is too tired to write a different letter and has, after 15 years of his own work, run out of moves. He has not, in this letter, asked for any of the moves a man in his place would have asked for. He has not asked for his grandson Joffrey to be named our heir until we have one. He has not asked for his daughter to be wed back to a king of the realm at the 2nd year. He has not asked for the Westerlands to be exempt from the king's customs. He has, instead, asked for the only thing he can give in exchange for the only thing he can ask of you, which is the mountain in trade for his son. He has also given you the 3rd million in gold and the surrender of the coast and the writ of acknowledgment, which together are the thing he most did not want to give. He is doing it because he has lost. He is doing it cleanly because he has read about you, and he has read about himself, and he has decided that we will be at this for another 4 years in any case, and that he would rather be at it from a comfortable chair in his own hall than under siege. Take the terms. I have taken them, said John. I wrote my acceptance an hour after the letter arrived in this room before any of you came in. The bird is in the air. I wrote it because I wanted to read it to you afterward and not before, because I wanted to know whether you would each in this room have taken them or not. I now know. 5 of you would have taken them. 2 of you I have not yet heard from, Lord Davos, my king. Would you have taken them? I would have taken them, my king. For what reason? Because the Westerlands and the coast and the Western Fleet, my king, are worth more in the king's hand than in any Lannisters, and Lord Tywin has given us the coast at no cost, and we will rebuild the Western Fleet inside 2 years. The gold is the gold. The acknowledgement is the acknowledgement. The trial of the mountain is a thing the realm needs. And the part of the letter that we did not read aloud, the part about Sir Jaime, that part, Davos thought for the count of 3 breaths, I would have offered him his son for nothing, my king. For nothing. For nothing. With one condition. The condition is that Sir Jaime is released from the Kingsguard, on the grounds that no man may sit the Kingsguard who has been a prisoner of war and ransomed in the same hand, and that he go home to Casterly Rock as Lord Tywin's heir. Lord Tywin has wanted Sir Jaime out of the Kingsguard for 15 years. He has not been able to do it because his son took the oath, and because the white cloak is not, by law, removed by any hand but the king's. The previous king would not remove it. You will. He will be grateful for it. He will not show it. He will, however, in the long count, remember it. He will remember it. He will. And the white cloak goes back on the rack, my king. The Lord Commander Mandon Moore was found dead in the 2nd hour after dawn on the day the city fell. The Kingsguard is 6. You will pick a 7th. You will pick a Lord Commander tomorrow, said Jon. Not in this hour. I have a name I am considering. The name is not Sir Jaime. Lord Davos, write to Lord Tywin in my hand with my seal. Tell him I accept the terms in full. Tell him I will, in addition, release Sir Jaime from the Kingsguard by my hand, in this sept of Baelor on the morning of his return to the Rock, by his oath sworn in this hand. Tell him this will be done without cost. Tell him to send the mountain east in chains in 7 days, by the Gold Road under his own captain, and that the captain will be returned to the Rock with his men inside the moon's turn. My king. Write also, my king. Tell him that I have read his letter twice, and that I will, in the 2nd year of my reign, write him a private letter on the question of his daughter, and that the letter will be in my hand and not Lord Varys's. Tell him I do not wish, in the meantime, to have any communication from the Rock on the question of Cersei Lannister or her children that has not been initiated by me. Tell him that the children of his daughter will be wards of the realm at Casterly Rock, and will not, at any future moment, be removed from Casterly Rock, except by my hand. Tell him also that Tyrion Lannister, his son and second heir, is welcome in this room any day of the year on his father's seat or on his own. My king. That last in particular, underline it. My king. My Lord Varys, my king. You will, in the next moon, find me a master of whisperers who is not you. You will train him. You will sit beside him at this table for a year. You will then retire to a small house I will arrange for you on the Crownland's coast, with a stipend that I will name, and that you will not negotiate, and you will write your memoirs in the long, quiet hours of an old man's afternoons. The memoirs will be sealed in the undervaults of the citadel on your death. They will not be read in your lifetime. I have read about you for 2 years from a book in my Meister's room, and I have a great respect for the careful arrangements you have been making, in the long count, for a man on this chair. I have read your 7 letters to my Uncle Doran. I have read your 3 letters to Lord Howland Reed. I have read your 1 letter to the Iron Bank, which was an interesting letter. I am not the man, after 15 years of preparation by the spider, who fails to notice the spider on his shoulder. I have noticed. You will be at this table for a year and at a quiet table by the sea after that. Do not, in the year, write to my sister across the narrow sea without my leave. The room was very quiet for the count of 3 breaths. Varys laid both his hands on the table, palms up, in a pentoshi gesture that the spider had not used at a table in 20 years. My king. Good. Across the narrow sea. What of her? She is alive, my king. Her brother is alive. They are in Pentos at the manse of Magister Illyrio Mapatis, who has been their host for some years. She is 16 years old. She is, by the recent letter I had from a man in Illyrio's household, betrothed to a Khal of the Dothraki, named Khal Drogo, who will be paid for his services in soldiers. The wedding is in 6 weeks. The dowry is, in addition to the soldiers, 3 eggs. Eggs. 3 petrified eggs, my king. From the shadow. They have been considered by all Meisters who have examined them decorative. They are decorative. They are stone, my king. They are also old. They were old in the time of Enar the exile, my Lord Varys, my king. You will write to your man in Illyrio's household. You will warn him that the king of the 7 kingdoms is aware of the betrothal. You will tell him that the king has, in 15 years, considered the matter of his aunt across the narrow sea, and that the king is content, at this time, to wish his aunt a good marriage and a long life. You will tell him that the king will not interfere with his aunt's union to any call. You will tell him that the king will not interfere with his aunt's life in any way she has not first interfered with his. You will write nothing further. You will, in particular, write nothing to my uncle Viserys. My king. He is older than I am. He is 22, my king. He has had 19 years to make himself into a king and has not. He has had 19 years to make himself into a brother to a sister and has not. He has had 19 years to make himself into anything other than the boy he was at 3. He will not have those years again. He will, in his own time, sit on a horse beside a carle who has been paid in soldiers and an ant who has been given 3 stones, and he will make a fool of himself in the way a man makes a fool of himself who has not, in 19 years, been told no. He will be in the ground inside a year. We will not put him there. We will not need to, my king, and the stones. They are stones, my king. They are stones until they are not. Jon laid his hand flat on the table. I have not been raised by a maester to discount a thing that has been called a stone by every maester who has looked at it for 200 years. I have also not been raised by a maester to dismiss a thing that has been called a stone by every maester for 200 years, and was, before that, called an egg by every Targaryen who had ever lifted one. The maesters have not always been right. The Targaryens have not always been wrong. I will not, in this reign, put my hand on either side of that question until the question has put its hand on me. The stones, in the meantime, will be a thing my Lord of Whisperers will keep an eye on. The Lord of Whisperers will write to me weekly on the subject in the year of his tenure at this table. The Lord of Whisperers will, after his year, brief his successor in the small house on the coast on the subject, and the successor will continue to write to me weekly on the subject for as long as the stones are in any visible way stones. Is that clear, my lord? My king? Good. He looked along the table. That is 6 of the 14, he said. We will write the 4 in the hour, we will do the 4 tomorrow. We will do in this room no more today. Maester Aemon, my king, you will be carried back to your room, you will rest. You will be at my elbow in the morning at the first hour. You will, tomorrow, in front of this council and in front of the maesters who will be gathered from the citadel, be confirmed as Grand Maester of the realm of Westeros. You will hold the chain for as long as you wish to hold it. You will not, in any year of my reign, be asked to hold it longer, my king, my lords, my king. The 7 of them stood. The 7 of them bowed. The 7 of them left the room. Maester Aemon was carried out last by his steward, with the white silken pouch of his citadel chains laid across his lap, and Jon Snow stood behind the head of the long table and watched the door close. He sat down in his uncle's chair after a moment. He did not sit in his own. He laid his head in his hands. Ned, who had not yet left the room, came around the table and sat across from him. He did not at first speak. It will get easier, he said at last. It will not get easier, Jon said. It will not, said Ned. I lied to you, I know. You will not, however, get tired of it. That is what I am afraid of, Jon said. He laid one hand on top of his uncle's hand on the table, in the small, still way of a boy who had been raised in cold and had not, in 15 years, learned to do much with his hands at a table that was not work. Ned laid the other hand on top of it. The room was quiet for a long count of breaths. Then Jon stood up, and they went out together, and the council chamber was empty, and the iron circlet that the king had taken off on the way in lay on the table at the head where Jon had set it down at the start, and the rim of it caught the late light from the high window. Chapter 10. A crown of ice and fire the mountain came up the Kingsroad on the 23rd day under a guard of 8 Westerland's lancers, and a captain of the household of Casterly Rock. In a wagon with iron rings set into the bed and chains running from the rings to the wrists and ankles of the man riding in the wagon. The man riding in the wagon weighed 19 stone. He had not, in the days of the road, said a thing to any of his guards. He had eaten what was given him. He had slept sitting up. He had killed, on the 2nd day of the march, a dog that had come too close to the wheels of the wagon, with a single short blow of the chain across his lap, and the captain had not given the dog a second thought, because the dog had been astray. He came up the Kingsroad through the Crownlands. He came across the Blackwater by the chain ferry north of the city wall. He came up to the gate of the Red Keep at the 11th hour of the morning, by sun overhead, with the captain of the wagon delivering him to the seneschal of the keep, and the seneschal taking the writ of transfer, and the writ being read out, and the wagon being turned over to the king's men, who took it through the inner gate to the small courtyard behind the sept of the Red Keep that had, in the year of the rebellion, served as the staging ground for the Targaryen funeral that had not, in the end, taken place. Jon Snow met the wagon at the inner gate on foot. He did not, in any way the watchers later remembered, do anything to the wagon. He looked at the man in the wagon for the count of 3 breaths. He did not, in his looking, give the man anything to take with him to the room he was being taken to. He turned to the seneschal. He spoke quietly. He will be in the small cell beneath the Tower of the Hand until the morning. He will be fed. He will be given water. He will be given nothing more. The trial is at the 2nd hour after dawn. My king, Lord Oberyn, my king, you will sit with me at the long table at the 2nd hour. You will speak 3rd after Lord Eddard and after Lord Howland Reed. You will name the dead. You will hear the accused. You will, at the end, deliver the verdict. The verdict has been agreed in council. The verdict is death, my king. You will also, after the verdict, give the man the choice of executioner. He may name a champion. He may name a champion. He may name his own life also, if he can put on a writ in his own hand the name of any man at Casterly Rock who put him on the road that night. He cannot raid. He can dictate. We will provide a scribe. He will not write. He will not. But he will be given the choice. We will record it. The record will be sent to Casterly Rock, sealed in the king's hand with a note that says the man was given the chance and did not take it. Lord Tywin will read it. Lord Tywin will, after he reads it, put it in his fire. We will know he put it in his fire because Lord Varys' man at the rock will tell us. Lord Tywin will understand that we know. He will not need to say anything about it. We will not need him to, my king. And the champion. Oberyn smiled. It was not a smile that anyone in the courtyard would have called a smile. It was a small shape that the side of his mouth had taken because his mouth had been waiting on it for 15 years. He bowed. He will name me, my king. He will name you. He will not name me. He will name no one. They will, in any case, give him no one. He will fight me alone in the morning in the small yard beside the sept, with no armor in front of the realm. I have been carrying his name in my mouth for 15 years. I have wished in 15 years to spit it out exactly once, and I have wished to spit it out into his ear on his last morning. He will hear it. He will hear it for a long time by my count before he stops hearing anything. You will not draw it out. I will not draw it out, my king. You will be clean. You will be quick. You will be Dornish about it. You will not, in this court, give the country a story it will need to tell its children about as anything other than a verdict delivered. My king. On Alea's name. On Alea's name. At the 2nd hour after dawn the next morning, the mountain that rides was brought into the long room of the Tower of the Hand, and stood at the foot of a low marble step that had been laid in for the trial. He was unchained on the wrists by Jon's order, because Jon would not have a man at the bar of judgment in chains. He was chained at the ankles, because the men at the door had no intention of being made into a story of their own. The room was full. There were 300 people in the room. There were 200 more on the steps outside. The wide doors at the far end had been opened so that the men in the corridor could see the bar and the chair on the dais, and the king in the chair. Jon Snow sat in the chair in plain black wool. He had not yet worn any crown beyond the iron circlet that had been placed on him at the sept. He wore it now, set straight, with no other ornament. Ned Stark stood at his right shoulder in his Lord Protector's grey and white. Maester Aemon sat in a small, high-backed chair at the king's left elbow, with the chain of office laid over his knees and his head turned slightly toward the bar, because he could still hear better on that side. The trial was short. Lord Eddard Stark read the charge in a flat, steady voice for the count of 9 minutes. The charge was murder. The charge was rape. The charge was the murder of an infant prince and the murder of a girl of 3 years and the murder of their mother, the Princess Elia of Dorne. The charge was the burning of 7 houses in the lower city in the same night, by name, with a count of dead at 38, including 6 children. The charge was a list of 15 lesser crimes that had been committed by men under the accused's command in the 15 years since, on the roads of the Westerlands and in the wood between the Gold Road and the Reach. The accused was permitted to answer. The accused said, "I do not deny it." He said it once. He said it loud. Lord Howland Reed of Greywater Watch read the names of the 38 dead of the city, one at a time, in a voice that did not carry as far as Lord Eddard's but did not need to. The hall went quiet. Oberyn Martell stepped forward. He stood at the foot of the dais. He looked at the man at the bar. "I am Prince Oberyn Nymeros Martell of Sunspear," he said. "I am the brother of Princess Elia of Dorne, who was buried in Sunspear by her brother in a stone tomb behind the spear tree, by her mother's side, on the 17th day of the 2nd moon of the year of the rebellion. I have stood at the tomb every year since on the same day. I have not yet, in 15 years, said the name of the man who is at the bar at this hour in any room in the realm. I have said it once in the throne room of the Red Keep, in the long night that we took the city. I will, by the laws of this court and by the leave of the king who sits this chair, say it once more in this room in front of these men. The name of the man at the bar." He turned to the mountain. "Gregor Clegane." He said it short. He said it as a hammer goes down on an anvil. He turned back to the king. "I name him guilty, my king. I name him guilty of the murder of my sister, Elia of Dorne, of the murder of her son, the infant Prince Aegon, of the murder of her daughter, the Princess Rhaenys, of the murder of the small folk of the 7 houses I will not list, by long shame of this realm. I claim the right of justice in his death. I claim, by the law of single combat between accuser and accused as upheld by every court of Westeros for 3 centuries, the right to face him at the bar of the king's yard at the 3rd hour of this day. I claim no champion. I will be there alone in the same robe I am wearing in this room. I will not have armor. I will not have a horse. I will not have a second. I will, with the king's leave, end him." Jon Snow stood up from the chair. He laid one hand on the back of the chair, as he had laid it on the chair the night he had sat the Iron Throne for 20 breaths. "Granted," he said. Gregor Clegane named no champion. He stood alone in the small yard beside the sept of the Red Keep at the 3rd hour of the morning, with his hands free and a hand-and-a-half sword in those hands, and a leather byrnie that had been brought down from the armory by a man who had not known whose byrnie it had once been. He did not, in the count of the watchers in the gallery, do any single thing that a small thing did. He stood waiting. He stood in the yard with the sword in his hands and the gold morning sun on the leather of the byrnie and the lines along his arms standing up in their 15 years of work. Oberyn Martell came into the yard in a yellow robe and no armor and a spear. The spear was long. The spear was thin. The spear had a head of black steel that the Dornish made by a method that was not the method the rest of the realm made spearheads by. The shaft was olive wood, polished by a thumb that had run along it for a long time. Not the spear of the carved child's toy in the throne room, a fighting spear of a length, with a thumb's history on the same kind of wood. Oberyn knew his own work. The fight took the count of 7 minutes. It went like this. The mountain came in once with the sword. Oberyn was not where the sword went. The mountain came in twice, half-circling, with a long, horizontal swing that would have taken any man who stood his ground. Oberyn was not standing his ground. He went sideways. He went under. He went on the fourth pass behind. He went on the fifth around. The spear in his hand was a thing that did not work the way the realm understood spears to work. It was held loose, two-handed, like a long sword, and it moved in small clean lines, and the small clean lines opened the bryony of the mountain at the seventh pass at the elbow, and at the ninth pass at the thigh, and at the 11th pass at the throat. The mountain did not fall at the 11th. The mountain came once more, in the long way of a very large man who had been wounded and would not, by any law, fall before he had taken the man who wounded him. He came once. Oberyn slid under. The spear went up. The spear came down. When it was done, Oberyn stood in the small yard with the spear in his hand and the mountain at his feet, and he laid one knee on the ground and bent forward, and he said something into the ear of the man on the ground that no one in the yard or in the gallery heard. He spoke for the count of 3 breaths. He stood. He turned to the king's gallery. He bowed. Jon Snow nodded once. Oberyn walked out of the yard. A maester came down to confirm the death. He took longer than he needed to take. He stood up. He walked back to the gallery. "He is dead, my king." "Bury him in unmarked ground east of the city," Jon said. "Set no stone. He has no kin who will come to ask for one. Tell the man who digs the hole that the king has set the man in the hole, and that the king does not, on his own ground, leave a thing buried that he has not named in the burying. The name will go in the king's book. The location will go in the king's book. The book will not in any year be public. That will be enough. My king." In the small council room, at the 3rd hour after the trial, the door closed on the 7 seats and the king's chair at the head, and the wax of a fresh seal cooled on a parchment lying flat on the table. The parchment was a betrothal. It had been drafted at Sunspear 2 months before, in Doran Martell's hand, in the long, careful Dornish minuscule he had used for 15 years of waiting. The names of the betrothed were written across the top. The first was Aegon of House Targaryen, the 6th of his name, called Jon Snow at Winterfell, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. The second was Arianne Nymeros Martell, eldest child of Doran Nymeros Martell of Sunspear, Princess of Dorne, heir to the spear throne of Sunspear and to all the rights and privileges thereof, including the precedent of equal female inheritance as established by Queen Nymeria of the Rhoynar. The contract was a marriage of equals. The contract had been drafted by Doran Martell over the long years of his waiting in such a way that the spear throne of Dorne would not, by this union, be subsumed into the Iron Throne. Arianne would, on her father's death, hold Dorne as princess in her own right, by Dornish law, and she would hold it in her own court, with her own bannermen, in the way the princes of Dorne had held it for 270 years. She would not, by this marriage, become the queen consort who left her own country behind to live in another. She would split her year between Sunspear and King's Landing, as her father had split his life between his thinking room and the field he had not, in 15 years, walked on. She would, by this contract, hold the right to her own small council in the spear throne, separate from her husband's. She would, by this contract, give her husband 2 sons, of whom the elder would inherit the Iron Throne and the younger would inherit Dorne, and a daughter, who would, by Dornish law, hold a rank above her younger brother. Doran had drafted the contract in the years of his patience. He had drafted it in the way he had drafted everything, which was that he had thought about it before he had written it, and he had thought about it for a long time before he had thought about writing it. Jon Snow, read the contract in the small council room with Ned at his right hand. He read it twice. He laid it flat. He took a quill. He signed it. "Send it back to Sunspear in this hand," he said. "Tell my uncle that I will come to Sunspear for the wedding in the 2nd year of my reign at the moon's turn that he names. Tell him that I will come without the iron circlet on my head, because I will not wear, in his city, the iron of the chair of any king his sister did not choose. Tell him I will be welcomed at his hall as Jon, and I will be married at his hall as Aegon, and I will be his goodson on the way out the door. My king." The bird flew at dusk. In the same hour at the wall, Stannis Baratheon stood at the top of the southern stair under a sky that was already turning purple at the edge, with the wind off the ice cutting through the bones of his face, in a way he had not expected, and would not, in his pride, mention to any man in his hearing. He had been 3 days at Castle Black. He had taken the Black on the first night, in the small dim sept with 5 of the brothers and a maester who had read the vows of the office out of a book. He had said the vows. He had not, in saying them, looked at any of the men in the small sept. He had looked at the lamp at the altar. He had said the vows the way he said any vow, which was that he meant them. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who was Jeor Mormont of Bear Island, who was 65 years old and had been Lord Commander for 11 years, came up the southern stair behind him. He stood at the parapet beside the king who was no longer a king, "My lord, Lord Commander." "There has been a bird, from the king, from Eastwatch, not from the king." Mormont passed him the small slip of parchment. Stannis read it. He had not in 3 days read anything that was not a writ of the watch. "2 patrols," Mormont said. "Last moon's turn. Both reported men beyond the wall who were not living. Not dead, my lord, not living. We do not, in the books of the watch, have a word for what they reported. We call them others. The men of the watch call them other things. The patrols took losses, 12 men between them. Of the 12, 3 came back. Of the 3, 2 have not slept in a week. They do not speak of it. We have lost, by my count, 14 patrols on the route to the Frostfangs in the last 8 years. We had thought the wildlings. The patrols who came back this moon's turn say it was not the wildlings." Stannis read the slip twice. He handed it back to Mormont. "You have sent a bird to King's Landing. I sent one this morning. You will send another in the morning. My lord, you will send another. You will, in this one, ask the king for 1,000 men. You will ask for a master of war to be sent north to assess the fortifications of the wall as they stand. You will ask for the names of 3 septons and 3 maesters and 6 captains of his choosing. You will ask also for me. My lord, I have taken the Black, Lord Commander. I have not, in taking it, given up the law. The watch is the law north of the neck. The watch has been undermanned for 50 years. The watch will not be undermanned for another 50. You will write the bird in my hand. I will sign it. You will sign under me. The king will read the bird at his table tomorrow night. The king will, in the morning after that, do what the king does. The king is, by what I have seen of him, a man who will read a bird from the wall on the day it comes in, my lord. And another thing, my lord. Write also in this hand, in this same bird, the long count is shorter than you have been told. My lord, write it. He will understand. He has been raised by Aemon Targaryen, who was raised by a Targaryen, who was raised by a maester whose maester knew the count of years. He has read the same books I have read. He will read the words and he will understand the words. He has, perhaps, the cleverness to act on them. We will see, my lord. Stannis Baratheon stood at the top of the southern stair until the wind began to turn the corner of the parapet white. He went down the stair without speaking again. Across the narrow sea, in the long warm dusk of a city that had been a city when most of the cities of Westeros had been wattle huts on hills, a girl of 16 stood barefoot in a small high-walled garden of an old manse in Pentos. with 3 petrified eggs at her feet and a brazier of soft, pale flame burning at the center of the courtyard. She had been told, by the woman who had been her serving maid for 3 months, that the eggs would not hatch. She had been told by the magister of the manse that the eggs were decorative, and that they had been decorative for many lifetimes, and that they were a wedding gift in the way a wedding gift was a thing one's host gave because one's host did not, on the morning of the wedding, have anything better to give. The eggs were beautiful. The eggs were stone. The eggs were a gesture. The eggs were not, in any sense, anything other than the gesture they were. She had nodded. She had not, in 3 months, taken the eggs out of the room in which they had been laid. She had taken them out this evening. She did not know why. She had taken the eggs out of the wooden chest in which they had been laid on the day she had arrived at the manse, and she had carried them, one at a time, into the small, high-walled garden, and she had laid them in the soft, pale ashes around the brazier. And she had stood barefoot beside them in the long, warm dusk and looked at them. The first egg was the color of dark green sea, with bronze veins under the green. The second egg was the color of cream, with gold veins under the cream. The third egg was the color of black, with red veins under the black. The veins of the third were the color of an old scar. She had touched the third egg only once in 3 months. She touched it now. She laid her hand on it. She kept the hand on it. The egg was warm. The egg was warm in the way a thing is warm that has been in a brazier of soft, pale flame for the long count of an hour, and the egg had not, in that hour, been in the brazier. The egg had been on the soft, pale ashes of the brazier. There was a different word for it, by the count of any maester who had ever lifted a stone egg. She did not, in the long count of breaths, take her hand off the third egg. She did not, in the long count of breaths, look up. She did not call her brother. She did not call her maid. She kept her hand on the egg, and her hair, which had been silver blonde since the day she had been carried out of the Red Keep in the arms of Sir Willem Darry, lifted, very slightly, in a wind that had not, before that hour, been in the garden, and she did not, in the long count of breaths, do anything else. Jon Snow stood, at the same dusk, on the long balcony above the Blackwater Bay that opened off the King's Solar in the Red Keep. He had been on the balcony for the count of an hour. He had not yet sat. He had been standing at the rail with his hands open on the stone in the small, still way of a man who had been raised in cold, and had not, in 15 years, learned to do much with his hands at a rail that was not work. He had a bird in his hand. The bird was from the wall. He had read it at the table at the start of the evening. He had read it 3 times. He had folded it and put it in his belt, and he had come out onto the balcony with it, and he had taken it out, and he had laid it flat against the stone. The words on the bird had been written in 2 hands. The second hand had said, "The long count is shorter than you have been told." Behind him, in the doorway, Maester Aemon was in his small high chair with the steward at his shoulder. The steward had wheeled the chair out onto the balcony at the king's request. The chair stood now at the open doors, with Aemon's hands folded in his lap, and his blind face turned toward the bay, which he had not seen in 15 years, and had heard 3 times in those years. As the bay it was, a salt and the soft slap of small boats and the distant call of a fishmonger on the wharf and the wind that came in across it. "He is calling you north," Aemon said. "He is. He has been at the wall 3 days. He has. He has, in 3 days, learned a thing it took him 15 years not to learn under a different sky. He has. You will send the 1,000 men. I will send the 1,000 men." And the second sentence. Jon laid the parchment on the rail. He laid his hand on top of it. He did not, in the long count of breaths, answer. "You have, my king," Aemon said, "in your blood 2 halves of a country. The half from your mother knows the long count by another name. The half from your father knew the long count by no name because they did not, in 3 centuries, look north. The wall was built, by the count of the Meisters in Old Town, to hold back wildlings. The wall was built, by the count of the books in my room, for another reason. The Meisters of Old Town have not, in 300 years, been right about every count. They have not been wrong about the wildlings. They have, perhaps, been incomplete on the other count. How long, in your reckoning, until they come? By the count of the books, my king, the cold has been gathering for a generation. By the count of the bird I have heard you read 3 times, the gathering has, on the long road, brought something out from under the rocks where it has been sleeping. The wall is the lock. The lock has not, in 8,000 years, been tried in the way the lock was built to be tried. The lock will, by my best count, be tried inside 10 years. It may be tried inside 5. It will not be tried inside 2. We have time. We do not have, my king, in the long count, very much. Jon Snow took the bird off the rail. He folded it. He put it back inside his belt. He looked out across the bay. The dusk had come down on the city. The lamps in the lower town were being lit one at a time along the harbor. The wind off the water was clean and cold and smelled of salt, and of the kelp that was being laid out to dry on the long wharf below the mud gate. A fishmonger, somewhere along the wharf, called a price for a basket of redfish. Meister, my king, my aunt, across the sea. My uncle Viserys will not, by my best count, live the year. My aunt will. My aunt will, by my best count, find a way out of Pentos and out of the marriage to the Call and on a horse to the east, and she will, in the long count, come west again under a different banner. She has 3 eggs. The eggs will not be stones in 3 years. They will not be stones in the year. They may not be stones in the moon. They may not be stones. What do I do when she comes west? Aemon did not, for the count of 7 breaths, answer. You sit a chair, he said at last, and you wait for her at the door. You write her in your own hand every moon's turn. You tell her you are her brother's son. You tell her you are her father's grandson. You tell her you are her blood. You tell her that the realm has had, in your father's line, 300 years of fire and no ice, and that the realm is now both, and that there is a place in it for her. You tell her the truth, which is that her father was mad, and you tell her the other truth, which is that her mother was not. You tell her the third truth, which is that you have on your head a circlet that is half iron and half gold, and that the gold half is hers and her brother's and her father's, and that you have not, in any hour of your reign, forgotten which half is which. You tell her she has a seat at your table whenever she wishes to sit at it, and if she does not sit, said Aemon, then you will, my king, do what the Targaryens have in their best moments done, and you will do what the Starks have in their best moments done, and you will be, in the long count, the king both halves of your blood would have wanted you to be. There has not, in 3 centuries, been a king like that on this chair. There may be one now. Jon Snow laid his hands on the rail. He stood looking out across the bay in the long, warm dusk. After a long count of breaths, he turned his head. Meister, my king, wheel him in, please. The wind is cold. The steward at the door wheeled the Meister in. The doors of the balcony stayed open behind them, and the wind off the bay moved the curtains at the inner doorway, and the lamps along the wharves below the mud gate went on, one by one. All the long curve of the city to the southern walls and east to the river gate, and on out past the chain across the Blackwater to the open dark of the bay, which had a single small ship far out in it, with 2 lights at its mast, moving slowly south. Jon Snow stood on the balcony alone for a long count of breaths. He turned, after a while, and went inside.